And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You can be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and really appreciate every single one of you. Coming to you from the spaceship studios from a galaxy far, far away. Alright, we have some more stuff to talk about tonight and some more reactions and things like that. So we're going to be switching over to the other window. Alright. Alright, hello everyone, it is me, Alien Spaceship. I hope everybody's having a good weekend so far, because it is coming to an end now. And now, tomorrow will start the week. I will be keeping up with the trials as usual, seeing how that goes. And then doing the streams as we usually do. Alright. So what we'll be doing this time is, might say some other facts about the ocean, because thus the title Ocean Party. Then we'll probably do some more reactions to the Depp trial that we've been reviewing. So those are some things that we'll be doing tonight. Yeah, so the other day I had a garden spot put together. We're going to see about planting some things there. We are getting closer to fall. Got some different things going to try to grow there. Different plants. The other plants that are up are doing quite well, by the way. So that is good. Kind of like a little garden update. All right. So I'm going to go here. Google. Here. Alright, now switching over. Alright, shout out to the spaceship cats. Alright. As we have people come through. Alright. Let's go to this mode right here. And let's see. These are some suggestions from the AI model. Let's see. Tell me. Let's see what AI, let's see. Recommend some of the Johnny Depp movies. This is what the AI recommendation was. And let's see what the AI recommends from the Johnny Depp movies that were around at the time, from the past. All right. Top Johnny Depp movies to watch. Johnny Depp is renowned for his versatile acting in iconic roles. Here are some of his highly regarded movies spanning from various genres. So the first one that comes up is Edward Scissorhands from 90. A Tim Burton classic where Depp plays... Oh, hello, Dwayne. Welcome. Wayne says, hello, I'm in bed sick with a cold. Sharon says, hello, internet grandson. Have a great live. Hey, Dwayne, prayers and for you to get better. Citrus helps. And thank you, Sharon, to both my online grandparents. Thank you. The internet grandparents. Thank you all very much for the support. I always am glad for when y'all come by and show support. I appreciate that very much. And the second one is Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl, 2003. Depp's portrayal of Captain Jack Sparrow became a cultural icon and earned him an Academy Award nomination, launching successful franchise. Yeah, that one, in my opinion, in my generation, is the most famous one. The other, I think, like my generation would see it like Pirates first and then Edward Scissorhands second. But this is according to gathering data from the internet from all time periods together. So that is interesting. All right, so Donnie Brasco, 97. I've never seen this one, I don't think. Depp plays an undercover FBI agent infiltrating the mob, delivering a nuanced performance that captures intense psychological struggles of a dull identity. And Sweeney Todd. I saw that one. Sweeney Todd, the Demon Barber of Fleet Street, is another collaboration with Tim Burton. Depp portrays a barber seeking revenge, showcasing his ability to tackle darker characteristics through a chilling and tragic performance. Yeah, I think that was a good movie. I saw that one when I was right before I graduated school. They in in class, in literature class, they were playing it. Ed Wood, 94. Depp portrays the titular character, a passionate but untalented filmmaker showcasing his humor and empathy and biographical comedy drama directed by Tim Burton. I don't think I saw Ed Wood. Now, I will mention that what could have been mentioned in that is Sleepy Hollow. That was a very good one. But still, those other ones, even if I didn't see them, were pretty good. Also, Dwayne says she made homemade chicken noodle soup. Oh, I'm sure it's delicious, definitely. Please hit the like button for Alien Spaceship and leave comment of 7 words more. Let's draw people over to the spaceship. Thank you. Well, thank you, Dwayne. And yes, absolutely. I would highly recommend people do that and probe that like button. Thank you. Thank you, Dwayne, for the support very much. Hope you get well soon. Hello, Aaron. It's great to see you. Welcome. So, yeah, yesterday we were talking about all kinds of things from the ocean and different wildlife across the world, and some of it was scary. Now, talking about some of these movies that Depp did and other things with the ocean, but we're going to do the Johnny Depp reactions like we've been doing also. This is kind of the little beginning part. And Aaron, I hope you're having a good weekend. I hope everything's going good with you. What's Eating Gilbert Grape? That is a very good... Yeah, that was a good movie I saw like 2 years ago. Depp plays the main character, demonstrating his ability to anchor the story with a subtle, nuanced performance. Finding Netherland, 2004. Depp portrays J.M. Barrie, the creator of Peter Pan, this touching biographical drama that earned him an Academy Award nomination. Dead Man, 95. A black and white western where Depp plays William Blake, an accountant on the run. All right, Dwayne, have a good rest. Rest is very important. Other notable performances, like I said, yeah, Sleepy Hollow, 99. Depp stars as Ichabod Crane, blending horror humor in a darkly atmospheric setting. Blow, 01. Depp plays real-life drug trafficker George Jung in this biographical crime film. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, 05, another Tim Burton collaboration featuring Depp in a quirky, whimsical role. I saw that when it came out. Rango, 2011. Depp voices the titular chameleon in this animation in the Western. I saw parts of that one. Public Enemies, 09. Betrayal as a Gangster, John Dillinger showcasing his versatility. Black Mass, 15. Aaron says, so funny because there's so many Depp movies I haven't watched. I worked at a video store during a lot of these. No excuses. Oh, oh, that's very cool. Back in the past, video stores were how you would get movies. And I have gone... Now they have libraries that have videos to rent for people who want to do that, but now like everything's like digital. That's very interesting, yeah. And I've seen some of these movies, but not all of them. And there's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas in '98. Depp betrays Raoul Duke. Shout out to Duke Raoul. A surrogate for Hunter Thompson, demonstrating his committed to bring surreal character to life. This highlights a selection of Depp's notable roles, particularly his collaborations with director Tim Burton. I like Tim Burton movies, which are known for their distinctive style and his eccentric portrayals. All right. Aaron said, one of my fave jobs, it was Roger's Canadian version of Blockbuster, which we had as well. Oh, okay. It was a different version of Blockbuster. Oh, okay. See, I remember Blockbuster when I was a little. I remember that. Briefly, because it wasn't going to be around for much longer. I was there during like the last few years of Blockbuster. That's when I was like noticing it, and then it was gone. So yeah, but I remember those video stores. So it's very interesting, Aaron. I'm sure it was very fun. Yes, I was just a BB. Yeah. Yesterday we were talking about seahorses. So there's a seahorse. They're not hermaphrodites, but the female will give the male the eggs, and the male carries the baby for the female horse, a seahorse, and they come in all kinds of different colors. Oh, hello, frog. Welcome to the chat. Okay. Hilarious, Aaron. Howdy, frog. Now, seeing what the ocean's most colorful fish is. All right. There isn't one single most colorful fish in the ocean, as vibrancy is subjective, but many species showcase stunning hues and patterns. Here's some of the contenders often cited for their exceptional colors. The flame angelfish, named their fiery orange red bodies with black vertical bars, violet blue edging, and other tail fins. Queen angelfish, featuring bright yellow, blue, or green scales, often forming a crown like pattern on their heads. Emperor angelfish, displays a captivating combination of yellow blue stripes on their bodies and dark blue on their pelvic and anal fins, completed by pale blue faces and dark masks around the eyes. Then you have the dragonets. Scared. Madrian dragonets shimmers with intricate patterns of green, blue, and orange. Its specific name is the glittering bright, perfectly describing its appearance. Parrotfish. Rainbow parrotfish features a vibrant turquoise green body, brown extremities, and blue and green dental plates, with subtle orange markings. Spotlight parrotfish striking studies blue, red, green, and yellow. Prominent yellow patches and tail during the terminal phase. Other vibrant species, the Picasso triggerfish boasts the bold pattern of striking colors that resemble the abstract brushstrokes. Royal Gamma displays unique blend of vibrant yellow and purple coloration. Ultimately, the most beautiful or colorful fish is in the eye of the beholder, but those are just some of the many vibrant species inhabited in the depths of the ocean. And we talk about the abyssal trench. They have some very strange looking fish, very deep in the ocean. All right, let's see. All right, let's go here. There we go. This is what the parrotfish looks like. It's interesting looking. It's very interesting looking. That looks certainly like pastels, like art. It looks has a very intense stare to it, and it even kind of like has like a beak, like a parrot would. It's very interesting. Yeah, very nice colors. Very nice colors. But said in the abyssal trench are very strange looking. All right. This is the pipefish, the cousin of the seahorse. Moki said she's caught them on the Gulf Coast many years ago. Yeah, so they're very fascinating. Definitely have very interesting designs like that. As we were talking about some of this ocean stuff. All right. Yeah, now there's this one fish that's like flat on the ocean floor. Let's see. Flatfish. Ocean floor. The flatfish can camouflage themselves by intimidating the color of the seafloor. They become sand colored on sandy bottoms of the patchy stone, colored on pebbly bottoms. You can hardly see them. A more flat fish begin their lives as normal swimming fish, but then get flattened body within a couple of weeks. Interesting. Yeah, it's kind of like in disguise. That's a stingray. If that's the flatfish, you get flat like a pancake. Oh, Liberty. Hello there, Liberty. I was. What we were doing was, as we were having people come here, I was talking about some of the Johnny Depp movies that were recommended by AI. And I was talking a little bit about fish, but we're getting into the Johnny Depp trial reactions. I was just talking about a little bit more than getting into the reactions of that trial. All right, and this is the flatfish right here. I think it's called a flounder. Yeah, very interesting. All right, and it looks like a regular fish, then it gets flat like a pancake. The demersal fish, also known as groundfish, live. What an unusual life for a fish. Yes. The demersal fish, also known as groundfish, live and feed near the bottom of the sea. I'm heading to BC Thursday. Am I going to see these freaky things out there? Oh, well. Scared. I think that you very well may. It's very possible because they might be trying to follow you around because they like the good company you have. So scared. You gotta keep an eye out because they might try to follow you. All right. Also known as groundfish, or live and feed near the bottom of the sea. They occupy the seafloor and take beds which usually consist of mud, sand, and gravel rocks. In coastal waters, they are found on near the continental shelf, and in deep waters, they are found on near the continental slope. Yeah, scared. Or along the continental rise, they are not generally found in the deepest waters, such as the abyssal depths or on the abyssal plain, but they can be found around seamounts, on islands. The word Dermzel comes from the Latin demigiri, which means sink. Dermzel fish are bottom feeders. They can be contrasted with pelagic fish, which live in the feed away from the bottom of the open water column. Dermzel fish fillets contain little fish oil 1 to 4%, and the column Dermzel fish fillets contain little fish oil, where pelagic fish can contain up to 30%. Yeah, that's the stingray. And that's another one with his mouth open. That's an artistic interpretation of them, like all on the beach. All right. Okay. So those are some additional fish. Also, we'll be getting into soon the coral reefs. We're going to kind of talk about that too at some point. Shout out to Mary Toodles. All right. Oh, okay. Okay, going to do some reactions to the Depp trial.
Performing.
This is. Let's go to this one. So, well, what I did was I was talking about some Johnny Depp movies and was talking a little bit more about the abyssal fish, not the abyssal fish, but the fish on the ocean, stuff like that. And now we're going to continue the reaction on the Depp trial. Okay, Aaron, understood.
We're ready for this. Sorry.
And can you tell me where this is? Or do you remember where that was in the building?
That is the mezzanine vestibule between the building and the garage.
Okay. And if we could move to exhibit 44, please. look like one of the videos taken from one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
And does this look like one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And do you recognize who's in the photo? I mean, who's in the video?
It appears to be Amber and Trinity Esparza.
Trinity what?
Trinity Esparza.
And can you rewind that footage, please? And does Amber Heard have a sister?
Yes.
Do you know if that's Amber Heard's sister versus Amber Heard? Could you tell?
In this video, as it appears now, yeah, it's grainy.
And does this look like an accurate clip taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And if we could please move to Exhibit 46. As far as you know, did ECB preserve all the footage that Mr. Depp's attorneys and Amber's attorneys asked you to preserve?
Yes.
And did you, from your understanding, do you understand that the attorneys, some attorneys came and actually were involved in the selection process of videos, ECB in May of 2016?
Yes.
And moving to this exhibit 45, does this appear to be a video clip from one of the elevator surveillance cameras in ECB?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and time stamps accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And I'd like to move to admit this as exhibit 45 or 46. And do you recognize the people in this?
It appears to be Amber and Rocky.
And would you agree that the footage is a little bit fuzzy?
Yes, as it's displayed now.
I'd like to move to admit that as exhibit 46 and move on to exhibit 47, please. And does this appear to be a video clip from one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the time and date stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
Would you agree that the video footage is a little bit fuzzy in this clip as well?
Yes, as it's displayed.
And let's see. And this looks like one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016.
Yes.
And as far as you know, the date and time stamp look accurate within a few seconds.
Yes.
So I believe we're on exhibit 48. Does this appear to be a clip from one of the ECB video cameras?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ACB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, are the date and time stamps accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And do you recognize the woman who's about to get on the elevator, getting on?
Which it looks like Amber's waiting to get on. Rocky just came in, and Whitney's over in the corner. I don't know the other two.
Okay. And can you? Would you agree that this footage is also a little bit fuzzy?
Yes, as it's displayed now.
And that looks like an accurate clip from one of the ones that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016.
Yes.
If we could please pull up Exhibit 49. Mr. Patterson, are you familiar with the layout at the penthouse level of Eastern Columbia building?
Yes.
And this is Exhibit 49 that I'm showing you. And does this look like what you understand the layout to be of the penthouse 3 first level? Does this look to you like what your understanding is of the layout of penthouse 3, the first level?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down, please.
Through the old
Move to admit Exhibit 49, please. And can we please move to Exhibit 50? And could we zoom in a little bit, please? Mr. Patterson, do you recognize this as the layout of the penthouse level?
We'll start the questioning, and then Mr. Rottenborn split that with me, and we'll be questioning next, and then it will be Mr. Depp's counsel.
All right, thank you.
Morning. My name is Elaine Bredehoff, and together with Ben Rottenborn, we represent Amber Laura Heard. Will you please state your name and address?
Sure. It's Adam Robert Waldman, Washington, D.C.
And what is your current occupation?
Attorney. I'm also involved with a skincare company in a variety of capacities.
How long have you been an attorney?
I think since 1995.
Do you currently represent John C. Depp II, who I will be referring to in this deposition as Mr. Depp or Depp?
I do.
And is this representation an attorney-client representation?
It is.
Does it include any other type of representation of Mr. Depp other than as an attorney-client?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege and attorney work product. You can't answer that question without disclosing communications between himself and his client, Mr. Depp. As you're aware, Ms. Bredehoff, the court has ruled that Mr. Depp has not waived attorney-client privilege and will not be waiving attorney-client privilege. So you're aware of that.
So, Mr. Chu, I'm not sure that you heard my question. I was actually asking him if he had any other type of representation relationship with Mr. Depp other than as an attorney-client.
I think he can answer that yes or no, but I would instruct the witness on behalf of Johnny Depp not to disclose any communications you've had with your client.
No.
So just so we're clear, since we had a little bit of record back and forth, the only way in which you represent Mr. Depp is as an attorney-client representation. Is that correct? I'm sorry, Mr. Waldman?
I believe that's true.
Okay. And you are here today providing this deposition under a subpoena and then subsequent notice, correct?
Yes.
And when did you first become Mr. Depp's counsel?
I think that it was around October 2016.
And what is your role in this case as counsel for Mr. Depp?
Objection. And I would instruct the witness not to answer that question.
Okay, I'll follow the instruction.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp as opposed to first start representing him?
I first met him in October of 2016.
How is it that you came to meet Mr. Depp?
The general counsel that I referenced a moment ago asked me to go and have a meeting with him, with Mr. Depp, and to talk about a financial problem that he was having.
Did you enter into a written representation agreement with Mr. Depp when you began your representation?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. That calls for attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I follow the instruction.
Have you entered into more than one representation agreement with Mr. Depp during the course of your representation?
Same instruction not to answer. You can't answer that without disclosing attorney-client communications and attorney work product.
Mr. Waldman, when did you consider your attorney-client relationship with Mr. Depp to have begun?
I believe it began the night I met him, actually.
Sometime in October 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Has the attorney-client relationship between you and Mr. Depp been severed at any point between October 2016 and the present?
Would instruct the witness not to answer that question on the grounds that you can't answer that question without disclosing attorney-client communications.
Okay, I accept the instruction.
As Mr. Depp's attorney, you have provided him with advice. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And you have charged Mr. Depp for your advice, correct?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. You can't answer that without disclosing attorney-client communications, and the fee arrangement in any event is irrelevant. But I'm instructing him not to answer on the grounds of privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, when you provide legal services in an attorney-client relationship, your understanding of that is that you provide advice and your client in turn compensates you in some manner. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, as a general matter, that's how I understand an attorney-client relationship, yes.
And has Mr. Depp paid you advice?
I do instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege. You can't answer that question without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
Well, let's go general again and see if maybe we can work at it from that perspective. So in your relationship with your clients, you provide advice and it's up to the client to determine whether to follow that advice. Would that be fair to say?
As a general matter, I do agree with that statement, yes.
All right. And by the same token, it would be up to the client to determine whether to reject your advice in whole or part, correct?
You're still speaking in general.
Correct.
In general, yes.
Okay. Now, did your relationship with Mr. Depp, and I'm talking about your attorney-client relationship, deviate from those general principles that in some way Mr. Depp is not permitted to follow or reject your advice?
Would instruct the witness not to answer the question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Now, Mr. Depp has the right to terminate your representation at any time. Is that correct?
But yes, I think it's true.
Okay. I think we need to let...
Would be free to terminate at any time.
My apologies, Mr. Waldman. I didn't realize you were still talking. Did you finish?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Now, has Mr. Depp terminated your representation of him at any time between October 2016 and the present?
That's the same question that I instructed Mr. Waldman not to answer before, just stated in a slightly different way, so I would instruct the witness not to answer that question.
I accept the instruction.
Now, and Mr. Depp, as the client in your relationship, is in the position to make the final decision regardless of your advice. Would you agree?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. I don't know that I know he can't answer that question without disclosing communications with Mr. Depp. So I instruct the witness not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, if you were advising a client in an attorney-client relationship and you were in settlement negotiations, would it be you or the client who has the ultimate decision-making ability?
But to speculate about the question, yes, generally the client would be responsible for deciding, the ultimate outcome of a settlement. Yes.
Now, you met Mr. Depp after he and Amber Heard had split up. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you met Mr. Depp after he and Amber Heard had reached a settlement in their divorce. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
So you have no personal knowledge of anything that went on during their marriage. Is that fair to say?
Well, it depends what you mean by personal knowledge. I wasn't there, if that's what you mean. Correct.
You never witnessed any interaction between Mr. Depp and Amber Heard prior to October 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have no personal knowledge of any conduct by either of them against the other prior to October 2016. Is that correct?
Again, if you're asking me, do I have any knowledge of their conduct? I think I have knowledge of their conduct. I think maybe you're asking me, did I witness conduct?
I'm asking for personal knowledge, which would mean you would have had to have witnessed it.
If you're asking whether I've witnessed it, the answer is no.
Now, your initial knowledge of the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard was based on your interviews with Mr. Depp. Would that be fair to say?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because he can't even answer yes or no without disclosing the substance of communications with his client, Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
Once you came into Mr. Depp's life and became his counsel, Mr. Depp filed with your assistance a number of lawsuits. Would you agree?
Yes.
Did Mr. Depp terminate Tracy Jacobs as his agent before or after you became Mr. Depp's counsel?
Mr. Waldman, I would instruct you not to answer that question if doing so would require you to disclose any communications you had with Mr. Depp.
It would.
How long had Tracy Jacobs been Mr. Depp's agent at the time Mr. Depp terminated Tracy Jacobs?
And again, Adam, same instruction to the extent that that answering the question requires you to disclose communications that you had with Mr. Depp. I would instruct you not to answer the question.
It would.
Was it Mr. Depp's decision to terminate Tracy Jacobs?
Again, I would instruct you not to answer that question because that could only have come from Mr. Depp in the communication with you.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against Joel Mandel, Mr. Depp's former business manager, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in that lawsuit against Joel Mandel and his company, did you not?
I did.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Mandel and his company. Would you agree?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because it would require communication.
It's good to see you, Moki. Welcome to the chat. And earlier, like when I started the stream, I talked about some of Johnny Depp movies that are very famous and a little bit more about some fish. And now kind of reviewing some of the Johnny Depp trial clips. So this is one that has not been played. Now, yeah, Frog was here earlier. I don't know if Frog's still lurking or not. I don't know. And Moki says, I've been in the pool all day with my aunt, OMG, ready to go to bed. Oh, I'm sure you are. It can be very tiring being in the pool all day. Yeah, and it's also fun too. So, and yeah, Elaine is so in over her head. I agree. You know, because the questions Elaine asks really is, in my opinion, condescending. And she acts like a public defender. Not anything against public defenders, because I'm sure there's some good ones, but like she does act like a Timu attorney, and her attitude isn't right. Yeah. So, in the context of this witness, is during the defamation trial on Thursday, pre-recorded deposition of Johnny Depp's lawyer Adam Waldman and LAPD detective Marie Sadnaga were played in court. Sadnaga is detective in the LAPD domestic violence unit and was an expertise in domestic situations. And you know when Aaron, not Aaron, shout out to Aaron, but Elaine rather had nothing really to work with, but she did what she could to try to squeeze anything to twist stuff around. You know, change the narrative in her favor. Although since this Johnny didn't do anything like she was trying to accuse him of, it was not really an easy thing to get something that isn't there. And Moki said, I actually feel bad for Elaine, and that's not good. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely, for her, she became a humiliation and a clown for the whole world to see. Yeah, she made a fool of herself. I think that definitely she was around the wrong crowd, being around Amber. Certainly the wrong crowd for her. And I understand what you mean, because forever that will be in her reputation. And as I said, she didn't even really do a good job of it. And I feel she let her emotions get to her. Like when she was talking about when like Morgan was up there and saying he got his 15 minutes of fame. And like that wasn't necessary. Taking a personal shot at him for no reason, really. I mean, she just gets frustrated and takes personal shots. So I think that, yeah, definitely I could see where people would feel bad for her because she just makes a fool of herself. And she can only blame herself and being Amber Heard's client. Having Amber Heard as a client, I meant.
Disclosure of communications between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman as to who was advising who as to filing the case against TMG and the Mandel brothers. So I would instruct you not to answer that.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp have the ultimate decision making ability with respect to the lawsuit against Mr. Mandel and his company?
And again, I would instruct you not to answer to the extent it requires you to disclose attorney-client communication.
It would.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against Jake Bloom, Mr. Depp's former attorney, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in that lawsuit against Jake Bloom and his law firm, did you not?
I did.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Bloom and his law firm. Is that correct?
Again, I would instruct the witness not to answer to the extent it requires him to disclose attorney-client communications.
It would.
And Mr. Depp, though, was the ultimate decision maker in connection with any decisions made in the...
Yeah, attorney-client privilege is something that cannot be... It's of course, you're not supposed to violate that. When attorney-client is going to talk about something, they want you to keep it between the attorney and the client. That way that the client has complete privacy and anonymity. Like with Ted Bundy's situation, there's this time where his attorney could have turned him in, but there's an attorney-client privilege, so they figured out who he was, but he was contemplating violating it to get rid of him, to get him caught, because he was what he was doing, obviously the murdering people and stuff. So yeah, the trying to get this person to break the attorney-client privilege is not really the most... I don't think it's the wisest move, but I mean, they'll do stuff like that. But the key is to get an answer and make a point. It won't be the way, but I'm not an attorney. I don't know. But it's funny to react to. It's quite interesting to see this unfold. Aaron said, "Can someone tell Moki I said hi?" And she scared. Well, yeah, we'll tell her that. And yeah, and that is Moki's bestie right there. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Dookie Party.
Litigation against Mr. Bloom and his law firm. Would you agree?
Same instruction not to answer. It's basically the same question, gussied up a bit. So same instruction not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against the Sun newspaper and its editor-in-chief, Dan Wooten, correct?
Correct.
For purposes of this deposition, I may refer to the lawsuit against the Sun and its editor, Dan Wooten, as the UK lawsuit or the UK litigation. Will you understand those references to mean this?
I will.
What was your role in the UK litigation?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because it necessarily requires him or would require him to disclose his communications with his client, Johnny Depp.
It would.
You represented Mr. Depp throughout the UK litigation, correct?
Again, I would.
And Mr. Depp alleged in the UK litigation that the Sun and Dan Wooten had committed libel by accusing Mr. Depp of being a, quote, wife beater, end of quote, and committing domestic violence against Amber Heard, correct?
That's true.
It was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to bring the UK lawsuit against the Sun and Dan Wooten, correct?
And again, I would instruct the witness not to answer I would instruct him not to answer because it perforce would require him to disclose attorney-client communications as to the thought process that went into filing that particular lawsuit.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed suit against Amber Heard, his former wife, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in the lawsuit against Amber Heard from March 1, 2019 up until October of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Would instruct the witness not to answer that question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
And Mr. Depp is alleging in this lawsuit that Amber Heard defamed him by suggesting that he had committed domestic abuse against her, correct?
Yes.
As part of your representation of Mr. Depp, you contacted potential witnesses. Is that correct?
Again, I would, that is attorney work product, and that is protected in Virginia. So I would object on that basis, but you can answer that question yes or no.
Yes,
You also spoke with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf, did you not?
And I would instruct the witness not to answer to the extent that it requires disclosure of any communications between yourself and Mr. Depp.
it would.
And therefore,
And therefore, I accept the instruction.
how frequently did you communicate with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because impossible to do so without disclosing attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you communicate with the press?
Same instruction not to answer on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
What were you hoping to gain?
Same instruction not to answer the question.
I accept the instruction.
You remain Mr. Depp's primary counsel for all of his affairs, isn't that correct?
I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer that because I don't think you can answer that without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp, and we have to be consistent.
That's true, and I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 3. Did there come a time in 2018 that you contacted Rolling Stone about writing an article about Mr. Depp?
And to the extent that you cannot answer it without disclosing communications with Mr. Depp, I would instruct you not to answer.
I think it would implicate discussions with Mr. Depp, so I accept your instruction.
The author of this article, which was published on June 21, 2018, is Stephen Roderick. Were you present when Mr. Roderick interviewed Mr. Depp?
You may answer that question yes or no.
It's not yes or no. I was there for some of it.
Okay. Was the Rolling Stone interview before or after Mr. Depp filed suit against the Sun and Dan Wooten?
I'm not sure.
Do you recall?
Yeah, I agree, Moki, about Aaron. My opinion, you are doing something amazing. It's easy to fall back on, well, what's easiest? You are doing something hard that will benefit your kid in a long run. It's amazing to see. Yeah, like, if the schools that they could go to are just really messed up, I recommend, it's good that you're doing the homeschooling, considering the circumstances that are going on. Yeah, like, there's nothing tree-hugging about that. And Aaron said, oh man, thanks for this hype. Most of my friends just give me an awkward smile and fingers crossed. Thanks, Alien. Oh, you're welcome, Aaron. And, like, over here, there's different options, and it's kind of not like where you are, where people aren't as... The schools are not like where you are, where I am, but so do what you have to do in the situation you're in, because it's not a tree hugger or something that's far out like that. You're just, if anything's the other way around, like, you're just trying to preserve those values and want your kids to learn what the way you want them to be taught, and I think there's nothing wrong with that. Right. And again, we have Elaine that's trying to get him to violate attorney-client privilege. I'm scared.
Whether the publication of this Rolling Stone article was before or after Mr. Depp filed the lawsuit against the Sun and Dan Wooten.
I don't.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at page 10 and It says on page 10, it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone about writing a story about the injustice being done to Depp's reputation and bottom line. Do you see that? Well, before you go there, Mr. Waldman, I asked you a question. I just read that and said, do you see that? Can you answer that question?
I thought I answered yes, but yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. And is that an accurate statement?
No.
What is inaccurate about it?
It says it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone. That's incorrect.
What is correct?
What is correct is that I was not the first to contact Rolling Stone.
Who first contacted Rolling Stone?
Mr. Depp.
I'm going to ask the question, notwithstanding, why did Mr. Depp contact Rolling Stone?
I would instruct you not to answer that question.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp authorize you to have communications with the Rolling Stone to set up this interview?
Instruct you not to answer that question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Did you assist Mr. Depp with publicity on Mr. Depp's behalf?
I would instruct you not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client communications.
I accept the instruction.
In your view, does assisting Mr. Depp with publicity constitute legal work?
The witness has already testified he had one engagement for Mr. Depp, and that was a legal engagement. So I'm going to instruct him not to answer any questions about his communications with Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
In participating in the interview with the Rolling Stones, were you speaking on Mr. Depp's behalf?
And I'm going to instruct not to answer because, again, I don't think you can answer that question without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp about authority. So I'm instructing you not to answer the question.
It was Mr. Depp's choice whether you said anything to the press relating to Mr. Depp. Would you agree?
I instruct the witness not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, you reached out to a number of other publications to speak on Mr. Depp's behalf. Do you recall?
Again, I would instruct not to answer to the extent it requires you to disclose communications that you had with Mr. Depp.
It would, and I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you communicate with on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Same instruction not to answer based on attorney-client privilege and attorney work product.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to on Mr. Depp's behalf relating to the UK litigation?
Same instruction not to answer on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to on Mr. Depp's behalf relating to this litigation?
Same instruction on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to concerning allegations that Mr. Depp had abused Amber Heard?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, you had a Twitter account, did you not?
I did.
When did you begin that Twitter account?
I'm not sure of the date.
Approximately when?
I'm not even sure of the year.
Was it prior to 2005, 2010, 2015?
Do you want me to speculate?
I want you to.
You see, Elaine is trying to get the witness to speculate, in my opinion. That is what's going on here, because you have her trying to peer pressure him into the date. You know how, like, I'm not an attorney, I'm not, so I'm not qualified to really say, because I'm not one of them, but I will say that is completely speculation, and getting to do a speculation. If he doesn't know the date, doesn't know the date. I mean, they should have taught her that at some point. You can't just, it's a bunch of like hearsay. And you see how like pushy, it's being real pushy. Just, being impatient, acting like some impatient school teacher. And yeah, right on, Aaron. Yeah. In fact, Smokey, definitely. All right.
You give me your best estimate. Okay.
I still think that's speculation to give his best estimate. Like, I don't know if that's really reliable, but from the stuff that I've seen, but what do I know? I just think it's like speculation. It's just I'm scared.
I'm really not sure of the year. I couldn't put a specific date on it.
Do you
If
recall?
you want to give me ranges, I could try.
Do you recall how many years you had the Twitter account?
Not precisely, no.
Was it more than a year?
I think so.
Was it more than 3 years?
I don't think so.
Now, you had your Twitter account suspended, correct?
Yes, that's true. My Twitter account was suspended.
Do you recall when that was?
Not with specificity, no.
Do you recall why?
Well, I wrote several letters to Twitter to ask why I was suspended for life from their platform. And the response that I received was multiple violations of their policy. So I asked, could they name one example of those multiple violations? And they responded by saying now they were appealing, without my asking them to do so, my suspension. And that's when they sent me another note that I was suspended for life.
Aaron said, that's like someone asking me when I created a Facebook, I have no idea. Right. When somebody is, like, I know, like, yeah, it's like asking me the same question. Or like when I created YouTube or Facebook or whatever, any of those accounts, it's like I wouldn't know myself. It's like you gotta like speculate. It's like, and what's the point of that? There's like an irrelevance to it also, in my opinion. Yeah, so yeah, very good point. Exactly, Aaron. And then Twitter, which is X now, banning him and then giving him another ban. Yeah, Aaron says, imagine the words being so terrible, you're banned for life. Wow. Yeah. And being banned for life by Twitter, especially back then, it's more, now what they've done is they have better regulatory, well, it depends on a person what they think, but X right now is supposed to be better. But yeah, banned for life, and he was trying to see what was wrong. They're trying to appeal it. Then they gave him ban for life. It was just, definitely just over an offensive tweet. I'm scared.
So just so the record's clear, so you have been suspended for life by Twitter?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a Twitter account now?
No.
Do you still communicate with the press relating to Mr. Depp?
And I would instruct the witness not to answer the question to the extent that it requires you to disclose communications between you and Johnny.
It would, so I accept the instruction.
Do you still communicate with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you not to speak to the press?
Same instruction, same grounds. That clear on its face, it would require Mr. Waldman to disclose his communications with Mr. Depp, which he will not do.
It would, and I accept the instruction.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you not to speak to the press?
I will instruct the witness not to answer because it's an end around the attorney-client privilege. Clever, but I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer.
Elaine keeps asking the same question over and over again. Not the same exact question, but the same types of questions. Really, she has some nerve.
I accept the instruction.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you not to speak to the press about issues involving he and Amber Heard?
We'd instruct the witness not to answer the question on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you not to speak with the press about issues involving he and Amber Heard?
And I will instruct not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you to correct or retract any statements you made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Mr. Heard or Amber Heard?
Would instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you to correct or retract any statements you made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Amber Heard?
Same instruction, same grounds.
And I accept the instruction.
Have you ever asked the press to correct or retract any statements you have made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Amber Heard?
I want to make sure I understand the instruction. Are you saying you instruct not to answer in the event it implicates privileged conversations with Mr. Depp?
Yeah, I think I'm going to instruct not to answer.
Okay, thank you. I understand. I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 4. I think I'm going to try to blow it up just a touch. It looks kind of hard to read. Okay. And it's an article from July 3, 2020 for Mail Online. This is Daily Mail Online. Do you see that?
I do.
No, actually, if I'm just going to go to page 8, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the following. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts, quote facts, end of quote, as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you make that statement?
I believe I did.
Did you make that statement on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Instruct the witness not to answer that question on attorney-client privilege grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you?
In any event, I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer that question on attorney-client privilege grounds.
I apologize. I actually didn't hear the question. I can agree with the instruction, but I probably should hear the question.
Fair enough.
Amy, could you read that back, please? Thank you.
One moment.
Answer on attorney-client privilege grounds.
Thank you. I accept the instruction. Sorry for the repetition.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making the statement?
Same grounds.
Yeah, I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss the statement with Mr. Depp after making the statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware, either before or after, that you were making this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this statement with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware that you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct this statement, would you have retracted or corrected it?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had told you that the statement was not correct, would you have corrected or retracted it?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Did you rely upon any statements or evidence from Mr. Depp in making this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
Yes, I accept the instruction.
And if you could bring up exhibit number 5. Mr. Waldman, I'm going to be asking you a question about a specific statement in this one. If you would like to read the article first, you are certainly at liberty to, and you could take control now and do that.
Harbor Freight tools keep getting better with time.
Thank you, I will.
It says, this is, I guess, I didn't set the stage here. This was the Daily Mail published on July 3rd, 2020. And I'm going to now direct your attention to page 9. Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said the various discrepancies prove that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Do you see that?
Hearsay.
Then I'm going to direct your attention, Mr. Waldman, to the next statement. Quote, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that statement?
I do.
Did you make those statements?
There are two parts to what you've shown me. The first part didn't have quotation marks around it.
And I'm not asking about that. I'm sorry.
Where it said nothing could be considered credible, that's not quoting me. The part with the quote marks, I believe I said that, yes.
So starting from quite simply through (911), you stated all that. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Did you make these statements on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
What were you trying to convey to the press in making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss these statements with Mr. Depp following making these statements?
Same instruction, same rationale.
Yes, I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make these statements with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct these statements?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct these statements, would you have retracted or corrected them?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had told you these statements were not correct, would you have corrected or retracted them?
Same instruction, same basis.
Accept the instruction.
Did you rely upon any statements or evidence from Mr. Depp in making these statements?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 6. This was another Daily Mail online, July 3, 2020. And if you would like to go ahead and read the article, this would be a good time to do it.
Thank you.
Mr. Waldman, we were looking at Waldman exhibit number 6, and it's the Daily Mail from July, just lost her there, but July 3rd, 2020, and you were going to scroll through it, and I think we had some technical difficulties, so we took a break. Have you had an opportunity to review it, or do you need to now?
No, Ms. Bredoff, I just saw the screen for the first time, so may I read it now?
Absolutely. I'm going to ask you to turn to what is the 11th page, the last page you just finished reading, and I'm going to direct your attention to some specific words that are attributed to you. Do you see that it says Depp's attorney Adam Waldman said? Okay. You see Depp's attorney Adam Waldman said. Do you see that there, Mr. Waldman?
I do.
Okay. And then I'm going to direct your attention to specifically the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you speak the words, quote, the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp?
I'm not sure. It appears as I look at this that there are quote marks around the statement, and that suggests that I did. I don't remember saying these particular words, but it appears so.
Do you have any reason to believe that you did not say the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Ms. Johnny Depp?
No, I have no reason to doubt that.
Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement? I'm going to refer to it as a statement. I'm taking specific words, Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. But were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made the statement that included Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp?
Instruct the witness not to answer based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
What were you trying to convey to the press in making this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this statement on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making the statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp following making the statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this statement with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct this statement, would you have done so?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 11. And if you want to take a moment, I'm going to try to make it. Mr. Waldman, I'm just going to ask you, it's just kind of 2.5 pages. Go ahead and take the moment to review it, and then I'll ask you some questions.
Thank you.
My
Okay, thank you. I've read it.
Okay. So directing your attention to exhibit number 11. So, because there's a number of these, so maybe we can just clear it up right from the start. So we have conversations. You look at the top, conversation, 6 messages, 3 parties, over 209 minutes. And it has this first one, it has a date and a time, and it has a telephone number. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And then it has some email messages, or text messages. It looks like it starts with Keith Bishop. Do you know who Keith Bishop is?
I do.
And who is he?
Keith Bishop is a publicist who lives in London.
And for what publication?
Oh no, he's a publicist. He's an advisor on media.
I see. Did you, at any time, did you or Mr. Depp ever employ Keith Bishop in any kind of public relations role?
Mr. Waldman, I would instruct you not to answer any. I would instruct you not to answer the question to the extent that it would require you to disclose any communications you had with Johnny, either receiving or giving.
I would not be able to answer without doing so, so I accept the instruction.
Okay, and then Mr. Bishop says, and this is on 1/28/2020, Adam, I can confirm a meeting with the Mail Online for Monday, 17th February at 10 a.m. You see that?
I do.
So did you in fact have a meeting with the Mail Online on 17 February?
I couldn't say sitting here now definitively that we met on Monday the 17th of February, no. But I see this and it wouldn't surprise me if we had.
And was Mr. Depp with you when you had the meeting?
I believe Mr. Depp was with me when we had this meeting.
And you were representing Mr. Depp at the time, correct?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
When did you obtain the audio tape that you're referencing in this text message?
And I would instruct you not to answer the question to the extent it would require you to disclose any communications you had with Mr. Depp, your client.
It would, and so I won't be able to answer the question.
What tape did you provide to the Mail Online, the Daily Mail?
In this, are you asking, forgive me, in this instance relating to this text?
Yes.
My recollection is that I gave a pair of audio tapes actually to them. Whether that occurred sequentially or at the same time, I don't remember, but I provided them 2 tapes.
What training have you had in domestic violence?
None.
Have you ever represented any clients who have either been accused of domestic violence or had domestic violence committed on them other than Mr. Depp?
No.
And of course, you never saw any, as you would say, element or elements of things that Ms. Heard claimed, right?
I never saw any element or elements of things she claimed. Do you mean, did I ever see evidence with my own eyes that something she was saying was false?
Yes.
Yes, to some extent I have seen evidence of things that show her statements to be false.
Before we get there, as best you can recall today, who are the eyewitnesses that you, among the 29 or so that you referred to in the text to Christian Carino, that you believe disprove Ms. Heard's claims of abuse by Johnny Depp.
Okay, good. It's also probably easier to answer by taking a particular incident rather than just thinking of names of people. So maybe this is a good illustration that is a helpful answer. On May 21st, 2016, and I always view this as one of her central claims. It was the one she put on the cover of People magazine. It's the one she led with when she went to get her temporary restraining order. The phone to the face incident on May 21st, 2016. That's her claim, and that she was further beaten by some appendage of Mr. Depp in the face, and her hair was pulled. And she showed up on the 27th in court with a lot of bruises on her face. So there are 2 police officers trained female police officer who've testified over and over and over that there was no damage to the penthouse, which Ms. Heard claimed was destroyed. That's a direct quote, destroyed. There are, that I can think of, 9 other witnesses, the majority of whom are either neutral or actually Ms. Heard's own witnesses, who have testified in various forums, various times, that there were no injuries to her face whatsoever between the 21st and the 27th, when suddenly there were bruises.
Who are those 9?
Let's see. Laura Divineer, Melanie Inglesi, Amber's own primary makeup artist. Laura Divineer was Ms. Heard's assistant and decorator, and now works for Elon Musk. Hilda Vargas, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's at the time housekeeper. Samantha McMillan, who was Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp's stylist, and a good friend of Ms. Heard. Isaac Baruch, Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's friend, close friend, and Ms. Heard's neighbor in the penthouses. Okay, so continuing on, the witnesses, a list of some witnesses to the 21st, to her claims of violence and damage to the apartment. Trinity Esparza, who was the head of the concierge desk at the Eastern Columbia building, and a friend of Ms. Heard's also. Cornelius Harrell, who I think also worked for the concierge desk, or in any event worked for the Eastern Columbia building, and met with Ms. Heard on the 22nd of May, which meeting was captured on CCTV also. Alejandro Romero, who I believe is head of security at the Eastern Columbia building. And I think Brandon Patterson also testified about the absence of bruises. And I should even distinguish, because we're talking about the notion of a hoax, I should distinguish these people specifically have given testimony that Ms. Heard was uninjured between the 21st of May up into perhaps the 25th or 26th of May, and then of course she appeared bruised again on the 27th. Some of them have testified that even after the 27th, they were with her and she appeared, and that she appeared bruised. But during that period between the 21st and the 27th, I'm not sure if I've listed 9 plus the 2 police officers, but I think that's an illustration of what I was referring to when I in the question you asked me about.
Can you please pull up a document labeled ARW 660, please? Sorry, but you do believe that the pictures and videos Marilyn Manson sent you help disprove Ms. Heard's allegations, correct?
As to that incident, Thanksgiving, perhaps 2013, I think those videos and photographs, yes, demolished her claim.
Have you communicated with other social media users about this case other than public messaging platforms? Let me ask that differently. Have you communicated privately with other social media users about
All right, so basically, this guy Rottenborn is very funny, the way he reads things, and anything that he says. Yeah, I see that I was muted. Thank you, chat. I see I was muted. As I was looking at the thing, and I saw it. So basically, Rottenborn, anytime he reads anything, it is really funny. Because he has like a monotone, condescending voice to him. It reminds me of the Flabby Fish Market text he was reading. And yeah, just a guy can read a milk carton and it'll make me laugh. So yeah, it's just, I could always tell his voice from anywhere. He's very condescending. Yeah, where does Amber get these attorneys at? Certainly a clown show. Oh, hello, Doe. Welcome. Great to see you. All right.
this case?
Other social media, I want to make sure I'm precise. Other social media users?
Yes.
That group would include almost everybody on Earth.
Have you provided information about this case to other social media personalities who then post that information?
I've provided information episodically to what I would call internet journalists, and I'll define that as journalists who are not affiliated with, you mentioned, I think, NBC a moment ago, or a mainstream media outlet.
Have you communicated with a social media user who goes by the name That Umbrella Guy?
I've had several phone calls with a person who goes by the name That Umbrella Guy. I don't actually know his real name.
Have you communicated with him other than through phone calls?
I don't remember doing so, no.
What are other, well, let me ask you this. Have you communicated in a similar fashion with someone on social media who goes by the name That Brian Fella?
Yes.
What about someone who goes by the name The Real Laura B?
Yes.
And have you communicated to those individuals listed evidence that you believe suggests that Ms. Heard's allegations are hoaxes?
I would say I communicate with the internet journalists, because we put them in a category calling them that. I've done that. Exactly the same way I would communicate with mainstream media. If they have questions about evidence or the facts, I'll inform them.
And have you, when you communicate with them, do you do so? You testified some by phone, correct?
Yes.
Do you do so by text or messenger platform?
Largely, I think by phone. But if I communicated In writing, it would be probably by signal.
Can you please pull up the exhibits ALH 17001 to 2, please?
Showing on the screen, exhibit 24.
No, my question, my first question is that in that box where it says first on the record statement from me regarding the body cam to RTL, Adam Waldman, Johnny Depp's attorney, is that a statement that you made to a German media outlet called RTL?
Yes.
And in that statement, you say that LAPD have now opened up a criminal investigation into perjury of Ms. Heard.
Yes.
Did you make a correction to RTL when you learned that the LAPD wasn't in fact investigating Ms. Heard for perjury?
Well, the way you've characterized it is not exactly what I would agree with. The LAPD told me that they were investigating the perjury claim at that time. Then sequentially came the statement. Then came notification from the LAPD that it was actually the LA Sheriff's Department that was investigating it, and that was the last I heard about it.
And who notified you from the LAPD that it was allegedly the Sheriff's Department who was investigating it?
The same desk officer at Foothill. And when I say he's the desk officer, I don't know if that's not necessarily the job title.
How did you find his, do you have his contact information?
I don't think I do. I don't know, but I don't, well, I'm not sure.
And I'm sorry if I asked you this. How did you come into contact with this desk officer?
I brought a binder of information, including the statements that had been made and the evidence showing that those statements were false.
In your view? So you took a binder to the LAPD and spoke to this desk officer?
Correct.
And was that the only time that you spoke to this person?
The 2 times.
Were they both in person?
Oh, maybe it's 2 or 3 times. No, no, 2 times we're on the phone.
Was the first meeting in person when you brought this binder?
No, the first was on the telephone.
So the investigation was opened up at your request after you brought this binder to the desk officer? Is that right?
I didn't ask him to open an investigation. I filed a claim with the LAPD regarding these perjurious statements that Ms. Heard and her best friend Rocky Pennington had made to a court.
Was that claim that you filed in writing?
Yes.
Do you know whether that claim was produced as part of your document production in this case? Because I certainly haven't seen it.
I don't know that I ever received a copy of it. It was filed in writing with the LAPD. But I don't recall that I ever received a copy of it.
Did you draft it?
No.
So you were talking to the desk officer and he was taking down notes, and is that the writing you're referring to?
Yes.
Did you ever see this alleged written claim?
Yes.
Did you sign it?
I don't recall if I did.
Did you ever speak to anyone other than your client about this alleged perjury investigation, other than your client and the desk officer?
Well, I think this quote that you've shown me to the media would constitute speaking about it.
Did you ever hear anything more about this perjury investigation, to the extent it existed, from any other third party who claimed that they had spoken to anyone in LAPD or the LA Sheriff's Office?
Hancock Whitney has just made being in business so much.
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Waldman, do you have a professional license?
I do.
Do you have your own law firm?
I do.
What is the name of your law firm?
Endeavor Law Firm.
When was Endeavor Law Firm formed?
I think it was in 2005.
And who was it who formed your law firm?
It was I who did it.
And who owns your law firm?
I do.
What is your title at the Endeavor Law Firm?
Managing member, I believe.
And it's none of our business who your clients are, but does the Endeavor Law Firm have other clients other than Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Does Johnny Depp issue you a Form W-2?
I don't think so, no.
Do you receive legal training from Johnny Depp or any of your other clients?
I suppose the practice of law in general is legal training, but if I understand your question correctly, no.
Fair point. Have you ever listed Johnny Depp as your employer on any filings with the IRS?
No.
But you offer legal services to clients, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'll say, do you offer legal services to the general public?
Probably not to the general public, but I offer legal services. I think that's your question.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, our next one would be Detective Sandanaga, S-A-N-D-A-N-A-G-A. It's about 20 minutes.
All right, let's go ahead and have that witness. Is that, and go ahead.
We start the questioning.
All right, thank you.
Get your name and business address for the record, please.
Marie Sadanaga, M-A-R-I-E, Sadanaga, S-A-D-A-N-A-G-A. And my business address is 100 West 1st Street, Los Angeles, California.
And what is your current occupation?
I am a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department, and I am the department's domestic violence coordinator.
What does it mean to be the domestic violence coordinator for the department?
So I am recognized as the person most knowledgeable in domestic violence. I oversee how our department as a whole responds to domestic violence. So I don't investigate cases right now myself. I just make sure that officers and detectives are responding to domestic violence how California State Penal Code wants us to.
And how long have you been with the LAPD?
17 years.
What, if any, policies, procedures, and protocols are in place at the LAPD for domestic violence cases separate from other types?
So once we determine there is domestic violence, we have to determine whether there is a crime. Every time we respond to a domestic violence call, per state law, we need to document whether it's a crime or just an incident, which would be when there is not a crime, but there's still paperwork done. So that is part of the officer's investigation.
Now, I had asked a little earlier about when the victim is reluctant to press charges. If the patrol officers saw property damage or marks on the face of the victim, even if the victim was not cooperating and did not want to press charges, what would the patrol officers' obligations be back in May 2016 on a domestic violence call?
If officers determined that there was domestic violence, even if a victim is reluctant, our policy is they still make that arrest if a suspect is there or take a report.
So if there are, when the patrol officers arrive at the scene, and this is May 2016, and there are 4 people that are present at the scene, how many of those individuals are the patrol officers obligated to interview? So I'm going to show you the incident call here, and it goes down and it has domestic dispute, and then it says met with victim, looks like check location, verified husband left, victim advised verbal dispute.
I really don't think that Elaine really proved anything. I don't think that she was being really respectful to either witness, and I feel she's confusing this one also, in my opinion.
And refused to give any further information, issued business card. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. In May of 2016, was the language victim advised verbal dispute?
Kyle just made a decision.
That patrol officers were trained to provide when they were not going to document anything from the scene?
It can vary, but officers would commonly use the phrase verbal dispute or to document when a report was not taken.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 8. It's dated November 24, 2014. And it's subject domestic violence supplemental report. And it says the domestic violence supplemental report form 15.40.02 has been revised to provide a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence. You see that?
Yes.
What is your understanding of why the LAPD decided that they needed to create a supplemental report form that would give a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence?
Right. The supplemental includes a lot of questions that are required by California state law. So we included that on it. And the original supplemental was actually created a lot earlier, I believe in 1999. This revision of it added some specific questions to help us look at kind of to do a risk assessment. I'm not sure if the supplemental is attached to this form, but on the supplemental, there's a section where I believe there's like 7 yes or no questions. That is what was added during this revision.
Detective Sadanaga, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. And do you recognize this supplemental report?
Yes.
Is this the supplemental form that was referred to in exhibit number 8?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we look at this and we start out on the left-hand column, and it has a number of different observations to make of the victim. And it includes shaking, unresponsive, crying, scared, angry, fearful, calm, agitated, nervous, threatening, apologetic, under the influence of alcohol, under the influence of drugs, or other observations. And it says document in narrative. All right, are these typically characteristics of victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
And I'm going to turn your direction to the crime scene now. And the same question, there's a number of different items on here, including location, vandalized, ransacked, and personal property damage, furniture disarray, broken. What is your understanding of why these are included on this list?
My understanding is that these are things that are typically at a crime scene or can occur, so things that we want officers to look for. and mark when they take the crime report.
And as with the questions I had on the characteristics.
Yeah, Jalen. And we're going to, after this, we're going to watch some Amber Heard cringe. It was one that wasn't played yet. And, yeah. Oh, you do that, Doe. Have a good time over there. And, yeah, Moki, that sounds like you're going to have a fun family trip. Yeah, Jalen. Yeah. Hilarious.
That are on the list for the victims. Are these items that are also discussed with the police officers in their training to look for in even making the determination whether a crime has taken place?
Yes, they are.
Is there a scenario under which the patrol officers decide that there's no crime, but they see property damage and injury and take photographs?
I mean, every situation is different. I believe, well, one way, if we have a situation like that occurred, then there should be a domestic violence incident report, so that there is a place to document your observations and statements from people, and a reason to have those photographs.
Even if ultimately the officers determined that it wasn't a crime.
And yes, that's why domestic violence incident reports are reports where there are no crime, and that is why we have them, so we can document and have a history of calls and see, in case there is another call in the future, that there is prior history of any type of domestic call, even if it was not ultimately ruled a crime.
Would that incident report include if there were interviews with witnesses and if there were any photographs or notes taken?
Yes, there is still a narrative. That is written, where everything, the officer's investigation and observations and any photographs are listed.
And was there an incident report in place in May of 2016 to use in domestic violence calls?
Yes.
Could you please describe the purpose of an incident report as of May 2016 and what was included typically in an incident report?
So the purpose of domestic violence incident reports were to record when officers responded to a call of domestic violence that did not result in a crime. They are actually required by state law for us to document every domestic violence incident that we respond to. And in that report, it's the same, I keep calling it a face sheet. That's not the official term, but the same as a crime report that we would take it on, but you fill out the information. You just do not list a suspect because we have no crime. It's the victim who was in fear that the other party may cause some type of danger to them, and that other party is then listed as a witness. And then there is a narrative that is included, the same type of narrative that would be in a crime report, where you would write down your source of activity. The officers would put their source of activity and then document their investigation. The statements that anyone made, as we ask on domestic violence calls, what type of relationship it is, how long they've been together, any prior incidents of domestic violence, all that would be included in the narrative of an incident report.
And would any photographs or other notes also be included in that incident report?
Yes, they can be if there was anything that they saw that officers believe needed to be documented in there.
And where would an incident report, and I'm again back in May 2016, where would that be filed or stored once the patrol officers were done with their shift for the day?
The officers would turn in their reports, including any incident reports, to the watch commander, who would read over it and sign it off. And if it is approved, it would go to our records unit at that division to create a report number on it. And then it does get assigned to a detective, just so that we have it on file in case there's any future incidents.
Yeah, and they usually keep things on file and have everything in order, so if something was happening, they would have been well aware of it.
Do officers at some point have to make a determination as to whether domestic violence has occurred?
Yes, they do.
Okay. What criteria do officers use to make that evaluation?
They use the interviews with the parties that are there, what they observe at the scene, even what they observe, like the demeanor of the victims and the suspects.
All right, Moki. Good night to you. Thank you for coming. Yes. Hope to see you tomorrow over there at the Thanksgiving trial. Yes.
Every situation is different, but it's really like taking in the whole 360 of where you are and what's occurred, so they can get all information to make that educated determination if a crime has occurred.
Can you just generally describe for me the circumstances under which a domestic incident report is used?
We take a incident report when we determine there is no crime, but that one of the parties is in fear that either their life was in danger or they could be a victim of some type of serious bodily injury. So the third incidents you would have, or where we don't take the incident report, is where both parties state it was an argument, there was no physical injury, both parties say we weren't afraid that the other was going to do any type of harm to me.
Okay. And so in that case, in that third case that you just described, would there be any documentation required typically?
On that third one, when we don't have the fear, so it makes it no incident report, it's only documented on that daily field activity report.
What if you could taste the movies?
Ms. Butterhoff asked a line of questions earlier on in the deposition about victims of domestic violence being reluctant to come forward and speak up. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is that a significant problem in dealing with domestic violence calls?
Yes.
Is that a problem that you have personally experienced on your own calls?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, it's all right though. It takes some practice, but you're definitely going to get it. Especially if the chat's very big.
When confronted with a person who's unwilling to make a statement, is there much that a police officer can really do if you have somebody who just refuses to make a statement and refuses to indicate that they have suffered violent abuse?
It's not too much. Usually we teach them to talk about the cycle of violence and power and control, and see if we can, start a rapport with the victim and get them to discuss. But if they really don't want to tell us what happened, we can't force them.
If a potential victim has visible injuries, or that there are indications at the scene that there has been some sort of violent episode, does the fact that the potential victim declines to make a statement mean that the officers can't go forward?
No, not necessarily, because they would need to investigate more, but you do have the visible injury and, evidence of some type of struggle. So they would need to try to get that probable cause to determine that it was a crime that created that injury.
There were a number of questions asked about if observed injury, if observed property damage, back and forth, and both of us have asked you a lot of questions about this. And so I just want to make sure that it's very clear. If a police officer responding to domestic violence call sees injury, regardless of whether the victim cooperates, what is the police officer's obligation? And this is as of May 2016.
To do an investigation to determine if that injury was a result of a crime.
And that investigation would include what?
It would include interviewing anyone that is at scene, seeing if there's any type of physical evidence of altercation, or depending on the story that was given, if there's corroboration of that, seeing if there's any witnesses. Kind of depends. Each one's different, but just doing a thorough investigation.
If one of the other witnesses took the officers through the entire premises and showed broken glass, spilled wine, and a number of areas of disturbance and vandalism, what would the officers' obligations be then?
The officers would still need to determine if there was enough evidence there from these witness statements and the things that they're seeing to determine if this injury is a result of a crime.
What discretion do the police officers have when they see an injury on the victim when they reported to a domestic violence call? And this is as of May 2016.
The officers still need to do an investigation if there is a visible injury, because they have to determine if it was a crime.
So one of your roles, if I understand it, is to make a determination of that the police, the LAPD as a whole, how you're overseeing how they respond to domestic violence calls, correct?
Leading.
Yes.
And let me ask it just a little bit differently. In making the determination of whether to create an incident report, what, if any, factors can the officer consider if the victim does not want to press charges, but the officer still believes that an incident report is appropriate under the circumstances?
It would, if an officer determines that there was not a crime, yet there was enough there, and I guess what I'm trying to say, I mean, the purpose we have to think about, that we tell the officers the purpose of domestic violence incident report is for documentation of incidents, because we know with domestic violence, there's usually a series of incidents that happen, and not all of those are crimes. So for us as officers, we document those. So in the future, if there is a crime, we can go back and say there have been all these other incidents. So as officers, we kind of take that into our analysis of the scene. And if we can't determine whether a crime has happened, we have to think about, do we need to document this so maybe sometime in the future people know that this happened?
All right, thank you.
All right, so that was the Johnny Depp's lawyer and LAPD detective testify in defamation trial. So that was some parts of that defamation trial, some parts of the scenes. Miranda said, I've been in and out, but I'm sick today really bad. Oh no, Miranda, prayer, always praying for you and your health. And thanks for updating me about what's going on, and get as much rest if you can, and hope you get well soon. It's great to see you in chat. Yeah, so we have that. We have the lawyer and detective testifying in the defamation trial, and I think Amber's attorneys they seem very goofy, and I don't really think they make that point too well. Oh, that's good, Miranda. I think that both witnesses did well, and then his attorney was advised by another attorney not to say certain things. So I think that was, well done on their part. Because the LAPD, on the other hand, is going to have the information that they're going to have. If something's there, it's going to be there. You're trying to, poke at little things and straw man and stuff. It's not going to be that accurate. All right. Now watch some scenes from Amber Heard. Nonsense. Right here. No, that's not what I wanted to put. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. So look for it again.
All right, are we ready for the jury? Oh, we have things, okay. Yes, what do we have? We're ready for the jury.
This is part 3.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 155.
Okay.
That's the makeup palette.
Oh, okay. Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, 155 in evidence. Do we have it?
I think it's there. We had pictures for.
All right, thank you. All right, 155 in evidence. What was it? 155, got it. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit number 357B as in boy, plaintiff's exhibit, and it is a tape recording from June 2016. The timestamps are 4:47 to 7:52.
All right. Is that in evidence yet?
I'm going to move the admission of it.
Okay, so was that going to be for the whole 357, or is that 357A, or is that?
That's just B. I have that as B as in boy. I think there was a portion that
Okay,
was put in there.
357B. Any objection to 357B?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 357B in evidence. Thank you.
I can just tell you the basic facts is like it was private for days after I filed. You did not have to file. That's not a move that the other party has to make.
Okay.
And it's just not.
Okay.
And you did.
Okay.
Well, your team did.
Okay.
And then within 5 minutes, it was private in TMZ. You just do the math yourself without any other thing, and that's why it's very clear.
Okay.
And I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that, and if that's the case, I'll acknowledge it. You know, and if you say you have proof, then I'll acknowledge it. Look, it doesn't shock me that any fucking
Yeah, it seems to make sense.
attorney would do something like that. It doesn't, you know,
Yeah.
it doesn't shock me. But I'm telling you now, if they file the fucking papers tomorrow, which means the shit I gotta file before we go to court on Friday. If they file those papers, it's first of all, it's very bad for both of us. Okay.
Well, your team's not going to file anything that they think is bad for you. Trust me.
No, you're what you're saying. You got to do something to protect yourself, which means throwing me under the bus for some video about me being.
Not me. I have to respond legally, meaning I'll have to go and pursue the. No, I have to pursue the whole course of action because here's what you don't understand. If we do this, and basically, no, because I called my lawyers and I said, why aren't we negotiating more? What is going on? Where are we? And they're like, everything is in our court. We literally.
They won't settle. Your agents won't. Your lawyers won't settle, baby. I'm telling you.
No, we want to mediate. We even have we even found mediators and everything. Like that was all worked out. The thing that Laura didn't agree to was she did not want to agree to a mutual gag order. And that's the problem. Like she doesn't want the gag order. Why, Johnny? Why? Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she want both parties to not talk about this in the press? By the way, just talking about the press, not even talking about the court.
Okay.
Why?
I tell you what, Amber. Let me get on that right now. I'll fucking get on it right now. And I'll get a message back to you.
Now, seeing how she talks to Johnny is very, absurd, because he's irritated, and she seems like she's invoking. This is another one where it seems like she's invoking him.
Somehow, just but I'll get on it right now.
I just want you to know, I've not done anything and have not been doing any moves. Like, look it up, the timeline. Nothing was on the offense. Everything's been a defensive move because I'm being called a liar and a gold digger. And I'm not lying about any of this shit. And I am not after a dime of your money. And
do you remember when you had this discussion with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe that was June of 2016, so after the divorce, while we still had the restraining order.
Okay. And what, if anything, was going on with respect to a gag order at that point?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking her. I haven't.
All right, overruled. Good.
I was trying to get Johnny to stop the smear campaign. That
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. Lack of foundation.
What, if any, discussion did you have with him about a smear campaign?
Johnny told me that he would ruin me, that no one would ever touch me, meaning professionally, no one would ever work with me again, that I'd never work again, that I'd be selling Depends, is what he said. And that he'd ruined my career, and he refused to not engage up until that point, he refused to not engage with the press by leaking.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
How is that speculation?
This is what he's telling her, correct?
Right.
Okay. All right. I'll overrule the objection.
And up until that point, I was trying to, get him to call the dogs off, call it off, because it was.
That's what it sounds like to me, Miranda. Yeah. That's certainly what Amber needs.
It was forcing me into a position where he was calling me a liar, and he was forcing me to prove it. And I knew that wasn't going to be good for him. And I kept saying, don't make me prove it. I don't want to. But he was calling me a liar and having a really sophisticated, very, very well-paid, very sophisticated PR machine.
Objection,
going
Your Honor.
overtime.
Cause for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
I'll move on. Let's go to Depp exhibit, that's plaintiff's exhibit 357C. That's 12:30 to 16:30. I'm going to move the admission.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 357C in evidence.
All right. Michelle, if you complain.
I'm not, it's not about that. It would not be about me throwing you under the bus. You know what it would be? It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it, and it would be through years. And it would be unbelievable to imagine that either I'm in A, secret fake club, or B, I've had
A secret what?
I've had a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for 3 years, and while taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it. Like, no one is going to believe that. No one is going to believe that one of the two alternatives, either I'm in a fight club, or I've been going through hair and makeup, or going through makeup through all these years, where I have corroborating text messages between people that match those dates of those timestamp validated photos of either corroboration between people hearing us, or corroboration of next day, Whitney sending text message to Kevin, him responding, or, the kind of stuff like between me and people in your life. It is insanely cross-corroborated then if it is a plan. I'm going to put makeup on myself and take pictures throughout years and just sit on it for years. While having this imaginary life run parallel to it. Do you understand that the pictures I have match with text messages to my mom back and forth about it, and text messages between, say, Raquel and my mom, or Raquel and my dad, or, between my two friends. Or there's a text message where I tell Jody the night before I had that James Corden night show thing, where I say, hey, Jody, I've had an accident.
She's so whiny. Good grief.
I think I have a busted lip, I may have a busted nose, and 2 black eyes tomorrow, because I don't know how bad it will be until the morning, and we may have to cancel. But the appearance, I don't know how I'm icing it, I'll let you know in the morning, and things like that. It doesn't matter. There is nothing there. Nothing. And all of that won't be me throwing you under the bus. That will be evidence in this case, which it will be criminal as well, because I cannot go on Friday and file without filing a police statement first. And the only reason I haven't filed that police statement, which has been used against me, by the way, every day, and the only reason I won't do it, I haven't done it, is because I don't want to hurt you, and that means it goes out of my hands. And the third party prosecutor come, and a criminal lawyer come, and they went, the problem is, hearing from you, your biggest struggle is that this is just, it's the most solid evidence case of domestic violence I've ever seen. And if you give this over to them or present any part of this, they will prosecute him. And I felt like I'm not, like, I would never want that for you. Because it's hard for me to even understand. I don't call myself, like, so in my head, it's hard for me to even accept any sort of victimdom ever.
Can you please explain what the context of this was?
I was begging Johnny to not make me prove what I've had to sit on the stand in front of all of you and prove and talk about. I was begging not to do this and have to sit where I'm sitting today. I didn't want this. I don't want to be here. I didn't want
All right, here we go.
to be there then. And I was trying to point out something to somebody who I thought did not have a firm grasp on reality.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. Good. Thank you.
I was trying to point out how absurd it would be for him to keep making me prove this by calling me a liar. I was trying to get him to not call me a liar because everything that I had said to date and everything I've said to date now is the truth. And I was begging him not to make me prove it, that there were photos, that there were witnesses, that there was my testimony. There were years of me with injuries on the dates where we were fighting, and they were documented. I mean, pictures from 2012. So I was trying to say to him, either you'd suppose that people would rather believe this is a hoax, elaborate, well-orchestrated, year-long campaign for what? Or that, what? It just seemed crazy. And I thought no one was advising him in his best interest. I thought no one was telling him the truth. I know he's surrounded by yes men, and I thought nobody was saying to Johnny, this is crazy, don't do this. And I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him. I loved him. I loved him so much. That's why I'm explaining to him why I didn't file criminal charges. I didn't file a police report, even though it was being used against me. I didn't want this to go to a prosecutor. I didn't want this to hurt Johnny. I don't want this to hurt Johnny.
Michelle, can you bring up Depp exhibit?
She, in my opinion, is in a lot of self-loathing. She's really interested in her own self, and she didn't want it to hurt Johnny. You know, she's being hysterical. You know, she's like basically, hysterical, and she is completely losing her mind over this. I think that she's trying to do a tactic to get the jury to think in her sympathies, because she's not trying to attack Johnny. She had no choice. But then again, like what G said before, and other people in the chat said before, is that she could have always have left. And he wasn't known for doing violence, and it does seem like there are other nefarious schemes behind what her actions were. This is why people didn't really trust her the way she conveyed her message.
357D as in David, and that is 17:25 to 17:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right. Any evidence? 357D.
I've been called a liar.
Baby.
And I've been called
Baby.
a gold digger.
Baby.
Everyone is.
Baby. Amber, I didn't call you those things. I didn't call you those things.
I'm going to go on now to, can we go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 357E, and this is 21:47 to 22:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
357E. Thank you.
And you're stronger. And so when I say that I thought you could kill me, that doesn't mean you counter with you also that you lost your own finger. I am not trying to attack you here. I'm just trying to point out the fact of why I said call 911. Because you had your hands on me after using the phone in my face, and I just got crazy in the past, and I truly thought I need to stop this madness before I get hurt.
Oh my God.
And I never think about myself that way. I never defend myself that way. I never see myself as a victim. It's too fault, you know?
All right. Yeah.
And I, when they came, I did not cooperate with them. It has been used against me, not by the media, by your side.
And what are you referring to there?
That I don't want to call myself a victim. I don't like to think of myself as a victim, and I don't want him to think I'm attacking him or blaming him. I'm pointing out I didn't cooperate with the police, that I didn't want to get him in trouble, that I didn't want to hurt him. I don't want anything from him. Just don't call me a liar. It's all I said. Just don't call me a liar. Just don't say this isn't real.
Right, Miranda. You could tell that she knew she was going to lose here. Yeah, exactly. And and I'm not a psychologist. I am not a kind of professional. I'm a professional from Temu and Shein. But I'll say from my amateur perspective, including, hilarious Mary Toodles, yeah. I'll say from my experience with just knowing these trials, abuse is very serious. Of course, we don't want people being abused. We want people having retribution for being abused, and it's not fun, obviously. But she, I think, is exaggerating it. It's just that the emotions are not matching, like what Roxy said before. And she just is having like a hissy fit.
Because I'm the walking proof of it.
I'm going to ask to bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit, Depp Exhibit 357F as in Frank, 24:04 to 24:48, and move the admission.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 357F.
I have said only this from the very beginning. I only have my integrity. And the unfortunate thing is...
What about mine?
They take it a step further.
What about mine?
They keep taking... That's what I'm trying to say to you, literally in words. I'm out of my mouth, that's what I'm trying to say to you. Every step of the way, I have said to them, the thing is, they're hurting Johnny by this, because every time that they call me a liar, or they say this is not true, or Steven says this text message is not actually happened, or that your security guard, which by the way was a follow-up to your security guard saying they never saw abuse happening. The same security guard who, by the way, have said to me multiple times that I was going to get killed.
And what are you talking?
Scared.
Talking about there, Amber.
That even though Johnny told me that his guards would say whatever he needed them to say, that they were the same guards who had told me that I would lose my life this way.
Hearsay.
All right, sustained objection.
It came in through the tape, so that's all right. We're fine. Let's go, Michelle.
Your
as we
Honor.
go to-
If we could approach, please.
I'm sorry. Depp 26:00 to 26:28.
Let's count.
Oh, move the admission. I'm sorry.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Oh, obviously, they're going to have to say they didn't see it in front of me and other people that have heard them.
You're gonna have to do this under oath too, you know.
I will. because the unfortunate part is, I can talk about all of this.
Do you believe all this, Emma? Do you believe all this?
Oh, yeah, the fuck, yes.
You believe I'm an abuser. You believe I'm an abuser.
In May, in December, in April.
What were you referring to with the May, December, and April?
Just listing some of the times.
Yes, Miranda, we remember when we were watching this when she was doing the coke and the handkerchief. Yeah, we remember that. That was hilarious. Well, she's got some creativity. I wonder, she must have learned that from Elaine and Rottenborn.
In which he beat me up, and that he knew about.
So I'm going to take you now fast forward into the July 2016 timeframe. There was a mediation that came about during that time. What, if any, intent did you have to reconcile with Mr. Depp at the time of the mediation?
I wanted there to be no animosity. I wanted to minimize animosity. I wanted to reconcile in that way. I didn't want to get back together with him, if that makes sense.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe what transpired during the July mediation?
Even though I had a TRO and I wanted to move on with my life, the campaign I mentioned earlier, the smear campaign, the article after article, the hounding me, the, leaking fake.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, I sustain the objection. Okay.
Please explain.
What I was meeting with him about is because he had, put these things out in the media. It seemed like every day there was a new attack.
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
All right. Did Mr. Depp discuss with you that he was putting these out in the media?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Yes.
Okay, please explain.
He told me he would tell his team to back off and to back off effectively if I agreed to do.
Marina said she also learned that from Johnny. They both keep partaking in the handkerchief. Yeah, all four of them were doing it together. Yeah. And he had his ability from being on the Black Pearl. So, yeah. She learned an old pirate trick, but Elaine and Rottenborn taught her how to do it in court. But they're foolish, so she wasn't able to conceal it as well. So, yeah, all four of them were a complete crackhead gang right there. Scared.
Do certain things, one of which, he wanted me to, drop charges. He wanted, or some version of that. He wanted me to get back together with him and go on tour with him in the tour bus. He wanted me to do certain things that I thought were impossible and that would definitely go against all of everything that I stood for and had earned in getting my TRO, getting my restraining order and moving on. But I had to break the TRO in order to beg him to stop the machine, the press machine, because I was feeling like I couldn't live my life. I was being dropped from commercial opportunities. People were turning on me. A campaign I shot dropped me. I mean, it was just, I had never been inundated with that much press. Every single day, me and my family were, and every witness, anyone who even indirectly supported me, got bombarded. And the media campaign
calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
I'll stay in just the last part of that. All right. Okay. Next question.
Okay. We heard Christian Carino testify earlier. Can you describe to the jury what your relationship was with Christian Carino?
He was my commercial agent, meaning he handled things like campaigns for a short amount of time, and then became Johnny's agent around the time of the divorce. He was a kind of mutual friend at the time, between Johnny and I. And so he helped us kind of negotiate or mediate a time where we could meet. And my goal in that was to just beg Johnny to stop doing this.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. That's right.
What, if any, desire did you have to return to Mr. Depp after the divorce?
None.
Now, you heard Mr. White testify that he engaged in negotiations.
Hello, Shell. Great to see you. Welcome. Hope you're having a good evening. Where I am right now, it is storming. And so this is something that has not been played. It's part 3 of Amber Heard. Oh, the lights flickered. Want to let you all know my power could go out possibly. Just letting y'all know. And also want to say, we got that out the way, we were showing the police, the LAPD police interview, and one of Depp's attorneys, and Amber's attorneys making a fool out of themselves. Earlier than that, I was talking about some fish again, about the flounder, the flatfish. And like something about some of the stingrays are kind of on the bottom of the sea, and these fish kind of get flat. Like they're big, then they get flat. So that was some things that I was talking about earlier. For briefly, while people came in some Depp movies, that's what we talked about earlier. And then this, clown show we're reacting to. All right. Continue on. Here we go.
With you during the settlement process of the divorce. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. White?
None. The first time I saw him was on the testimony screen in the UK during the UK trial. I've never spoken to him.
So he didn't know.
Hey, Kay. Great to see you. Welcome to the chat. Miranda said, I'm sorry, but the way she did her makeup, though, the trial bugs, it's got to be the lightning. Also in courtroom, but the highlight counter is just blaring. Okay, thank you. Exactly.
Negotiate your settlement?
No, he did not.
Okay. What was important to you in the divorce negotiations?
The statement. That was it. The statement. I wanted a mutual statement.
Her face is sunken in. Yeah. Yeah, Kay. Yeah. And, yeah, hey, Kay. Yeah, her face is sunken in like a sink sand. Like the bottom of sink sand. And she's sinking deeper and deeper. Like it's like plastic surgery gone wrong. Scared. Yeah, shout out to Krispy Kreme. K Krispy Kreme. Facts. K Cream.
And I wanted him to call get the press out of this. Just make a statement. And in that statement, clear my name. I wanted to clear my name. It's all I have. I said this to him too, and he knew this. All I have is my name. I come from nothing. All I have is my integrity. All I have is my name. And that's exactly what he promised to take from me.
Why did you agree to accept $7 million as your settlement?
I didn't care about the money. I was told if I didn't agree to a number, that it could be overturned. That this would never it would never get completed, it would never settle.
Objection,
and it would be
hearsay.
overturned.
All right. Oh, I just got it. Krispy Kreme like donuts. Dough. Miranda said her eyes are sunken in. It's the lightning, I'm sure. Oh yeah, absolutely. My favorite's Krispy Kreme, by the way. Fair donuts. When I was a kid eating that, I'm like, these are the official donuts of planet Earth. And then anytime I ate Krispy Kreme, it was just the same thing. Which I gotta get Krispy Kreme at some point. I got it. And Also, I will, yeah, totally. Eyes are sunken. It's definitely the lightning. Definitely that too. Is making it even worse. Maybe Dr. Frankenstein is creating a new monster, and Amber might have been one of them. And the lightning's like doing something, and it's showing signs that she was one of the creations. Scared. Shout out to Mary Toodles.
What was your
understanding?
Go ahead.
What was your understanding? That if I didn't agree to a number, it would be overturned. So I took far less than what they were offering and what I was entitled to.
And why did you donate it to charity?
I promised the entirety of it to charity because I was never interested in Johnny's money. And in the divorce, I just wanted my safety. I wanted to move on from my life. I wanted my future. And then he started compromising that, calling me a liar, making it impossible for me to move on by doing so. So then I wanted the truth. I wanted him to clear my name and to leave me alone. I've been saying that since 2016.
So why did you donate 3.5 to Children's Hospital and 3.5 to ACLU?
Well, I pledged the first half, or 3.5, to Children's Hospital because I'd been working there as a volunteer for well over a decade. I knew the facility well. I'd worked there with another nonprofit is how I got affiliated with them, and I knew they could use the resources. I was familiar with it. And
what about the ACLU?
And then ACLU because I was a supporter, because I believed in the work they were doing. I believed that they were doing good work for people who deserved it.
Why did you make the donations over a period of time as opposed to just a lump sum?
Two reasons. The short of it is because I was receiving the settlement in installments. I was receiving the installments over time. Second of all, so I could get the tax benefit of paying overtime. You know, it's my understanding that's how you pay these like large sums. You pay it over time.
Did you make any payments towards these donations?
I did.
Okay. Approximately how much?
I allowed for the first installment, which is $100,000 to each. That came straight from Johnny in 2016. I followed up with $350,000 that year, 2016. 2018, I did another. Oh, and I also donated to $250,000 to Art of Elysium, which is the affiliate I was just speaking about, that does the work in the Children's Hospital. It was not going to count towards my overall pledge, but I did that too. And then I did another donation to each in 2018. And then Johnny sued me, 2019.
Before we get to that, did anyone make donations to the Children's Hospital or ACLU on your behalf during that time period?
Yes, Elon also, Elon, who was my boyfriend at the time, had his own charitable contributions that he made. He made $500,000 to both in my honor, in my name, in 2017, I believe.
And have you completely fulfilled your donations to?
And Miranda says, Kay, I wonder why she never helped with anything. It was always his stuff. They were using. It's so sad, like she couldn't have helped buy a better home than a penthouse. Chris, she loosely, and she couldn't gotten more riches if she was a submissive wife, and she was weird to me. Yeah, you know, she could have been with him still, if she could have gotten a better situation, if she would have been more agreeable, but she definitely seemed like she was taking advantage of him. Very good point. Good point.
To the ACLU and the Children's Hospital?
I have not yet.
And why not?
Because Johnny sued me for $50 million.
That's funny, Miranda. Scared.
In March of 2019. And I have spent over $6 million.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a motion in limine.
That part was supposed to come in.
All right, once you come forward, let's take a look.
So going back to that then, could you afford to continue making payments to the ACLU and Children's Hospital?
No.
Okay. What, if any, intention do you have to fulfill your pledges and donations to these organizations?
I still fully intend to honor all of my pledges. I would love for him to stop suing me so I can.
What, if any, deadlines are there on your pledges and donations to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
There are none. They understand.
Okay. Now, let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already admitted. Now, I'm going to just direct your attention to paragraph 27, where it says, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. What, if any, significance did that have to you?
That was everything to me. That was the most important thing in the separation agreement between us, is that he acknowledged that I hadn't made a single false claim, that my allegations were not false. I thought that just because he signed his name to it, he'd honor it. I mean, he signed his name to it, and I thought it would mean something. Right. He acknowledges that I never did it. I mean, I never made a false claim, and I didn't do it for financial gain. And that's what I was being called at the time, a gold digger and a liar.
Okay. Thank you. We can take this down, Michelle, and I'm going to now take you to post-divorce and your career. Please describe for the jury how your career evolved after the divorce, which I think was final in February 2017. I had to fight really hard to keep my career. After I got my TRO, I lost opportunities. I got canceled from jobs. I got dropped from campaign I'd shot. I was told I was going to be dropped from...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained objection.
I fought to keep my job in a movie the biggest movie opportunity I had to date.
Which was what?
It was Justice League with the option to become Aquaman. It later became Aquaman. But I had to fight really hard to stay even in Justice League because that was right around the time of the divorce.
Can you tell the jury what Justice League was and what your role was in that?
It is a superhero franchise, DC action film, and it introduced my character, and it provided the base for the Aquaman spinoff that followed it, but that was not a reality at the time of shooting Justice League.
All right. And then you were able to be an Aquaman, is that correct?
Yes, I kind of showed up to work months early and stayed really late to fight to keep the job. I managed to keep it and managed slowly to kind of to gain through this kind of hard work and goodwill I was able to foster. I was able to keep and make other jobs, and eventually made a movie called Aquaman, and Aquaman was very successful. I think it was the most successful DC film by its release, and I was getting my career back, even though it was, it took a major hit when I got my restraining order against Johnny.
So let's talk about Aquaman for a moment. I think you said it was the highest grossing film of DC films, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When did that come out?
December of 2018.
Okay. And what was your role in Aquaman?
I play Mira.
And was that a lead role?
Yes, it is one of the leading roles. It's the female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman.
Okay, so you were his mate?
You could say that, yes. I was his love interest, the female, I was the female lead of the movie.
Okay. So in December of 2018, as Aquaman's coming out, why did you agree to participate in the op-ed?
Well, because I believed in some of the causes that the op-ed was seeking to advance. There was a lot of attention and energy around gender-based issues, gender-based violence issues in general. I had just recently become an ambassador for the ACLU. I was proud of that ambassadorship, and I was looking forward to the opportunity to lend my voice to what I thought was a great cause, which is just a conversation around women's issues and gendered issues that I think the whole country was having at that time. You know, quite a political conversation and cultural conversation at the time, and I was happy to lend my voice if I could.
Who drafted the first draft of the op-ed?
The ACLU.
Did you initially want to include Mr. Depp by name or reference?
No.
What were you trying to accomplish by the op-ed?
I was trying to raise awareness around some of the issues that I just mentioned. There was some legislative reform, Title IX being one of them, and there was just a greater cultural conversation being had around gender issues, and I was happy to weigh in on what I saw as the unique phenomena that women and typically women experience in our culture when they come forward against somebody more powerful, when they speak up about gender-based violence. And I thought I could lend my voice to that conversation. I thought I had something to say about that.
Were you trying to boost your sales for Aquaman since it was coming out in that same time frame?
It doesn't work like that. I don't think any op-ed, a major motion picture or major franchise like that is not aided by the publication of an op-ed in the Washington Post. I'll put it that way. But the other way around can be said. You know, I was wanting to lend my name at that specific time to potentially advance the causes within the op-ed.
Because of your success as Mira with Aquaman?
Yeah, just the publicity of the movie and the success of the movie would hopefully, in best case scenario, only add and lend itself would lend attention to the issues that the op-ed aimed to address.
What did you do once the ACLU had your agreement to be the spokesperson for the op-ed, to put your name to it?
I sought the advice of my attorney.
And why did you do that?
Well, because I didn't want to get into any sort of legal issue. I didn't want to have any sort of legal problems for talking about what happens to women when
Okay, I was muted, and I didn't realize it. Alright, so I'm going to just repeat myself. Brandon said, alright, so I have heard and seen videos of just women face after getting the eggs taken out, and it was so scary and painful to death. Alien, I wonder if the kid's related to Amber. Like, she would get her egg removed, OMG. They make babies in a dish in surrogates these days. It's crazy. And you're figuring out how it works and seeing people do it on Instagram, and they take the egg out of the mom and put it in the surrogate after the sperm. Yeah, it's definitely a crazy process. And I'm sure it is very painful. And couples, they'll do it because, say, the mother had the parent has like a uterus that's messed up, or they have medical issues. For some reason, they can't have the baby in them. So they do this so they can still conceive a baby, and it's... Oh, okay, Chris. Crispy. And, yeah, so, in this situation, they have... Yeah, it happens. So, basically, that's why they do it, and it's certainly a science fiction process. Yeah, science is crazy. And this is kind of dark, but they did learn some stuff from the Germans. Let's say the inhumane research that they did. They learned stuff from them and other innovations throughout time. And also the Soviets did things too, and they figured out these things. So, yeah, science is very interesting. It's also quite crazy, like, what they do. Understood, Crispy. Yeah, it happens. And thanks, Miranda and chat, for helping out.
Or people, when they come forward and speak about these sorts of issues, especially when they come forward against someone more powerful than them. And that backlash, the retaliation that people face when they come forward is exactly what I was writing about. And I didn't want Johnny to retaliate against me. And quite literally prove my point.
And so who was the counsel that you hired to review the op-ed?
His name was Eric George.
Where is he located?
Los Angeles, California.
How did you know Eric George?
Eric George is the attorney who represented me in a different litigation against the producers of London Fields, the movie I mentioned earlier about having a body double and sex scene that I didn't approve of.
What was your understanding of Eric George's experience and skills to be able to review that op-ed for you in the context of your concerns?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking her understanding.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you have knowledge of Eric George's abilities at that time?
I did. I thought he had an excellent reputation and would give me great advice.
Okay. And what, if any, what was your experience with him in representing you earlier?
I thought he was a fantastic attorney, very smart, and I trusted him.
Without going into the content of it, what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you follow in the context of the op-ed?
I took all of his advice. I made all the edits he suggested.
Yeah, very lucky. It's good that they put them out and sedate them, because it has to be very painful. Can't imagine being tortured by learning what the IVF is, which is the removal of pudding and the putting of the egg. Yeah, absolutely.
I took all of his advice.
And what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you ignore?
None. I mean, he's my lawyer. I listened to him.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, if we can pull up, Michelle, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Now, this is the online version of the op-ed, and it has this title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. What, if any, role did you play in this title?
None.
What, if any, role, to your knowledge, did the ACLU play in this title?
None to my knowledge.
Okay. Are these exact words anywhere in the article?
No. Okay. No, they're not.
When did you first become aware of this title being included in the online version of the op-ed?
I think in this litigation is the first time I realized that.
Okay. I'm going to now ask, Michelle, can you bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2? And this has also already been admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the paper version, if you will, of the Washington Post with your editorial. And if you go to the second page, this one has a title, A Transformative Moment for Women. What, if any, role did you play in that title?
I didn't.
Okay.
None.
Now, do you recall seeing this version, the newspaper version, at the time?
Yes, this is the version I saw. I'm very proud of it. I had it framed.
You had the newspaper version, not the online?
I did. I had the newspaper framed.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask you to turn to, and Michelle, can we pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3? And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 3 in evidence. You can
If we could
publish.
publish it to the jury. Thank you. Now, is it fair to say this?
All right, so with Amber Heard had a whole newspaper about her, and she says, "Today I published this op-ed in Washington Post about women who are channeling their rage about violence and inequality into political strength, despite the price coming forward from college campuses to Congress for balancing the scales." Scared. Yeah, she feels like she's starting a movement.
This is a tweet?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
And can you explain to the jury what a tweet is for those who are not as social media oriented?
A tweet is a posting on a social media network called Twitter.
Okay. Now, did you send this tweet?
I think so. I must have.
Okay. And what, if any, control did you have over whether the title given to the op-ed online was included in the tweet?
You don't have control when you're retweeting something. It's my experience that you don't control a title when you're retweeting something. You don't get a chance to re-editorialize someone else's title.
Okay. And at the time you sent this tweet, do you remember even noticing that title?
I do not. I don't think I even realized it.
Have you ever typed the words from that title?
No, I have not.
Now, I'm going to ask you, let's go back to number 2, Plaintiff's 2. And I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, in this op-ed was incorrect?
Nothing. Every word of it is true.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically, and if we can blow this up just a touch, and move up just a touch, Michelle, if you can, so we get to then 2 years ago. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Was this true or false?
It's true.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do about speaking up about domestic abuse 2 years earlier?
Well, I went and got a restraining order against my then husband and walked out to a sea of media and endured, to that point, 2 years of vitriol from the media and from Johnny Depp supporters in retaliation for having done so.
And I guess you're really answering my next question, which is, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Is that what you were referring to for that next?
Yes, because at the time, I thought it couldn't be worse. I obviously now from where I sit today, no, it gets a lot worse.
And then, Michelle, if we can move this up a little bit further. Well, actually, that's perfect, Michelle. Then I don't have to use my purple again. And then you said, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men.
Yeah, she was telling turd truths. She is a can of spam. That's true. She's a bum and a tramp. That's what she is. She has like this lifeless look in her face. She's trying to look at Johnny Depp's briefcase to get all the money out. Scared. Ah, this way. Okay.
Accused of abuse. Is this true or false?
True.
Okay, and explain to me what you meant by that and how that was true for you.
I got a restraining order. I had to prove to a judge that I needed one. I had a bruise on my face. I got a restraining order. I showed pictures. I had proof, and yet everyone, the media, the studios that both Johnny and I worked for, they were ready to support him. They made statements in support of him. They were ready to fire me.
Objection, Your
attempted
Honor.
to fire me.
Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
What, if anything, did you witness with respect to institutions?
Meaning the people that we work for, the institutions we work for, the studios we work for, decision makers in my industry, filmmakers and powerful people and decision makers within my industry whom I had not ever even met, who didn't know anything about what happened behind closed doors in the marriage of Johnny and I, were making comments about me, statements about me. I was dropped from campaigns. It was hard for me to work. I was harassed. I'm harassed on a daily basis, death threats, and just the fact that wasn't.
Yeah, so Miranda was saying her face looks like I'm screwed, and I said she's a flathead screwdriver, and then I said flathead turd. Scared.
There was no parity. The studio and these decision makers and such were so ready to support him and eager to
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. So what, if any, ill will or bad intentions did you have or intend against Mr. Depp by assisting in writing, giving your name to this op-ed, and in publishing it?
None. It's not about Johnny. The only one who thought it was about Johnny is Johnny. It's about me. It's about what happened to me after Johnny. It's about what happened to me after I escaped my marriage. It was about me and my life and what I endured once I moved on and got a TRO and moved on with my life. It was about what happened to me after. The only one who made it about him, ironically, is Johnny.
I'm going to, we can take that down, Michelle. I'm going to turn to something about electronics and transparency. You have...
Flabby fish market. Flabby flounder fish market. Because a flounder's like flat.
Scared. You've testified about, and we've seen photographs and audio recordings and text messages, emails, etc. What, if anything, have you done to cooperate in the authentication of all of these things?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
That's correct.
And it's based on 3 statements that Mr. Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, made, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask if you can pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245. But Your Honor, I'm going to ask, do we have
It's already in evidence.
Your Honor, if we may approach
Okay,
just
sure.
real quickly, because I think we can move this along faster if we do this ahead of time. Okay, we're going to start by bringing up defendants 1245.
All right, and moving that into evidence, no objection, 1245 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this is an article that was in the Daily Mail on 8 April 2020. You see that? And then, Michelle, if you can move that to the next page, and perfect. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is this a true or a false statement?
False.
And why is it false?
Well,
See how she says false? She's like, false.
you don't have to use what I've lived through and what I've survived, calling it fake, saying that I'm harming Johnny with this, I'm harming the public with this. This is what I've lived through, and to say that it's a hoax, that these aren't even real things. I mean, after everything I've lived through and survived, and also I hadn't even spoken about the sexual abuse within my marriage. I had been protective of that. I didn't want to talk about that ever. Adam Waldman was the one who put that out in the world. As remarkable as that is, I protected that. I had to go to another country to give testimony, and thankfully they allowed me to do so with confidentiality and some protection. And then Johnny, through his lawyer, not only uses that against me, but says it's a hoax.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask if we can bring up, and it's going to be 1246A. And I think I'm moving this into evidence as well.
There's no objection, so 1246A is in evidence. You can publish.
And this is an article that was published on the 28th of April, 2020. And Michelle, if we can, thank you. And this one says, Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops. But the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told DailyMail.com. And let's keep going. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that true or false?
Couldn't be more false.
And why is that?
Every part of it is false. I didn't call 911. I didn't call the police. I refused to cooperate with them to protect Johnny. I protected Johnny. I didn't call them once and I didn't call them twice. I didn't rough up the place. I cleaned up the place. I didn't even know the second cops were coming. If I wanted to get something from him, if I wanted to hoax Johnny, why wouldn't I cooperate with the police? Wouldn't I say something to the police? Wouldn't I do more damage to the house and than just knock over the things that you saw pictures of? It makes no sense. And to do it online when there's no fact checking, there's no authorities, there's no one able to, I can't respond. I can't fight this and use these sorts of media leaks and these comments to re-echo over and over and over again online with a network of people that are intent on helping Johnny through a sophisticated PR machine.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right, and so what in fact did you do that night?
I cleaned up. I protected Johnny. I refused to cooperate with the police, like so many other people do. I tried really hard to keep it private even after that, even when I was committed to filing for a divorce. I tried to protect Johnny. I tried to protect the history of what we had. I tried to protect him. And did the opposite. And I didn't even have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist. I called my contract attorney to get me another lawyer who could give me advice on how to protect Johnny. Every bit of this was to protect Johnny and to protect the secret that I had fought really hard to keep for nearly 5 years, which was that behind closed doors, things were not what it looked like.
Okay. Michelle, can you take this one down and go to defendants 1247, please? And Your Honor, I'll move the admission.
All right. I know there's no objection. 1247 in evidence.
And Amber, this is another daily, a Mail Online, and this is published on 24 June, updated on 25 June 2020. And then if we can go further. And this one says, Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said, "We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp." Is this true or false?
False.
And why is it false?
Because, unfortunately, all of this is real. And what I mentioned earlier about how preposterous it would have to be for this to be this elaborate hoax, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fathom one day that would actually be legitimately the position that he, through a lawyer, would take, albeit online, where he could get away with it for some time.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustain the objection.
And why is this so absurd?
Because Johnny and I lived this. We lived through this. I lived through this, and I narrowly survived it. But I survived it. And, I have mountains of evidence, mountains of proof, and yet it won't be good enough for people who are seeking to make money off of Johnny's success.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
No, sustain the objection.
That's fine. Okay. So I'm going to take you now to the damages that you've suffered as a result of these statements by Mr. Waldman on Mr. Depp's behalf. Please tell the jury how you were doing reputationally.
Objection. That's a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
We move to strike counsel's testimony.
Come forward.
I love the fake tremble in her voice. Is this where her dog stepped on a bee? No, this is not that one. That one is another one. It was another day. Yeah, her theatrics are awful. Yeah. She thought she was going to get herself a Timu Oscar. And yeah, she is completely fake. And she's like, I was trying to protect Johnny. Scared. Her looking for approval with disappointed face is silly. It's like silly string. It's totally what it is. A complete silly string. And she has mountains and mountains and mountains. She has mountains of carded wool of evidence. but it's all just a bunch of cotton candy fluff. I'm scared.
Your next question.
What was your understanding of on whose behalf Mr. Waldman was making those three statements?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
If you want to approach again, that's not what we just said here. I just want.
How were you, please tell the jury, how were you doing reputationally before these three statements were made, beginning April 2020? April 8 was the first of them.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on lack of foundation.
She can talk about her reputation.
Overruled, I'll allow.
It took hard work. It took a lot of hard work on my part, but I was able to work, get my life back on track. I was taking care of myself emotionally. My career, I was working really hard. I was able to star in a major success. I worked on a TV series that I had been attached to for a very long time. I became an ambassador for several nonprofits that I deeply care about. I was doing a lot of really, it felt really good to be doing the social work and the charity work that I was doing. And I was also filming and working and planning on, I was awaiting a schedule from Warner Brothers for Aquaman 2, the sequel. And I had wrapped on that TV series I mentioned, and I was waiting to start doing publicity for it to promote it. And I had a campaign, a global campaign, as a spokesperson for a major beauty brand. So things were, the trajectory was positive.
So how did things change after these statements were made?
I remember around the time, unfortunately, I lost my mother on the 1st of April. And I remember it was when I was grieving her that I got a call that I should be expecting a script for my role in Aquaman 2.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of
No,
the matter.
overruled.
Go ahead.
So I was waiting a schedule and a script for that. Feeling concerned that, I wouldn't have enough time to grieve before having to get back into work. I had a press schedule to promote the TV series I was doing, and I was shooting things for this beauty brand. And then I remember at that time the beauty brand had to suspend posting what I just shot for them because they were getting bombarded.
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. All right.
They said no. I mean, they suspended what I had shot.
Objection, Your Honor.
She can testify to that, Your Honor. She has to be able to testify.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you actively involved in campaigns for L'Oreal before these articles?
Ready to lose the hat and regrow the hair? With Choose.
I was.
Were you actively involved in campaigns with L'Oreal after these articles?
No.
Were you with The Stand? You were talking about the TV series. That was The Stand, correct?
Yes, the TV series that I had already completed.
All right. And were you actively involved in publicity for The Stand prior to these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively involved in the publicity after these articles?
No, shoots were canceled. Things were canceled.
With respect to Aquaman 1, Aquaman 2, you'd already starred in Aquaman 1, right? Just so and they called it Aquaman at that time, but now there's an Aquaman 2, just right for...
That's correct.
Okay. So were you actively scheduling timing for filming and scripts for Aquaman 2 before these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively scheduling after these articles?
No. The communications stopped at that point.
All right. I'm going to, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1258? I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1258. It's dated September 21, 2015. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It is the Justice League Aquaman contract.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1258.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
That's her in her pink water. Scared. Yeah, and thanks for checking. Most adverbs end in Lee. Yeah, exactly. That's true. I've not really heard of that term much myself. That word. She's completely unbelievable. You know, like, no one's buying what she's selling.
So what was your fee going to be for Aquaman? And what was it for Aquaman?
$1 million.
Okay, then was there also box office bonuses, opportunities?
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, there are box office bonuses. If it makes a certain amount in the box office, you get a bonus.
Okay, and it says picture number 2. At the time you entered into the contract and with on Justice League, did they know what the picture would be?
No, as I mentioned before, when you do the contract,
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
Okay, so ultimately, what was picture number 2?
Aquaman.
All right, and then what was it for picture number 3?
Aquaman 2.
Okay, and what was the fee under the option agreement at that time?
$2 million.
Okay. Now, did you have contracts with L'Oreal?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you just describe for the jury what was involved with L'Oreal? You talked about being involved in campaigns and then not. Just explain that to them if you can.
As a spokesperson, I'm just involved with the brand as a representative, and a certain amount of commitment you have to do throughout the year on social media and on red carpets promoting various products or causes they're advancing. Generally, it's just like a brand ambassadorship.
Okay. And did you well, let's pull up 1262. And this is dated as of April 25, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Was that your first contract with L'Oreal?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And was that for a term, a specific term?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was it for 2 years?
Yes, it says 2-year contract, and that sounds right.
All right. And then I'm going to ask you to turn to 1264. And that's April 20, 2020. And what, if anything, did L'Oreal do with regard to extending your contract then?
They extended it. They chose to extend it with the option to kind of.
All right. And did they extend it just an additional 3 months? If you look at paragraph 1.
Let's see. Yes, they did.
Okay. And what, if any, work did you do for L'Oreal after these 3 statements were made?
I have only been able to participate in, I believe, 1 live event that they also couldn't promote or use the material from because of.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Now let's go to 1265. And this is, as of November 15, 2021, this is another extension with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you look at the second option term under paragraph 1, it's an extension of 20 months, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what, if any, work have you been able to do for L'Oreal since this contract?
As I stated, I believe I've only done one in-person event with them, and they couldn't use the material.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the stand for a minute. Let's pull up 1263. And this is dated July 3, 2019. And I believe you indicated that you had already filmed it by the time these statements were made in April and June of 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what, if any, marketing opportunities were you participating in prior to those articles?
We had appearances, talk show, press, the normal kind of group cast press junket, promotional material, photo shoot, and I had various publicity engagements lined up, like a magazine cover, that sort of thing, to promote the film. To promote the series.
And what, if anything, were you able to do with marketing opportunities after the 3 articles were published?
None.
What, if any, covers were you on after that for the stand?
They pulled the offer for that, so none.
Okay. And while we're on this agreement, if you look at the second page, how much were you paid for the stand? It's at 6C. $200,000.
Oh, $200,000 an episode.
Okay. Now let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1266. Have you been able to get any work since that time?
I have done one small independent film.
Okay, and tell the jury what that is.
I shot a film in Guatemala. It's a small independent, meaning it doesn't have distribution or, it doesn't have distribution or anything. It's a lower budget film that I had been attached to for many years, called Into the Fire.
Okay. And 1266 has, as of January 13, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When did you actually film for this in Guatemala?
March. I believe it was March of this year.
Okay. And do you recall what your compensation was for that?
I don't off the top of my head.
If you can look at ALH 17628, it's paragraph 6A.
Oh, 65,000.
Okay. And have you participated in Aquaman 2?
I have.
And tell us about that.
I had to I fought really hard to stay in the movie. They didn't want to include me in the film.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you ultimately able to get to film in Aquaman 2?
A very pared down version of that role, yes.
Okay. What, if anything, changed in the script?
They took away a lot of...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can
lack of foundation.
Overruled as the script.
Go ahead.
I was given a script and then given new versions of the script that had taken away scenes that had action in it, that depicted my character and another character, without giving any spoilers away. They're two characters fighting with one another, and they basically took a bunch out of my role. They just removed a bunch out.
And what, if any, leverage did you have to negotiate a higher salary beyond the $2 million?
Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, effort did you make to negotiate a higher salary for your participation?
I couldn't renegotiate my contract.
And why not?
Objection, this calls for hearsay and speculation.
Do you know why?
Still the same objections, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Amber, I'm going to ask you to describe to this jury the emotional impact on you of these three statements that we have talked about, these three counterclaim statements. Please describe how this has impacted you.
These statements are used over and over and over and over again online to reverberate, re-echo, and re-energize.
Objection, Your Honor, this is not responsive, lack of foundation, and hearsay.
She gets to give her consent for it.
Well, the question was your emotional impact of these statements.
Okay.
The impact it has on me is every time I look at it, which is every day, I am set back. I have to relive it. I have to have the worst, most painful things I've ever gone through, painful memories I've ever had, the things I've narrowly survived at times, embarrassing, intimate details that I never wanted to be known, never wanted to be public ever, and to have them used every single day to call me a liar. I have to relive this every single day that I have to address those claims. Over and over again, the most intimate.
She really thinks that she had a really hard time. And it is it's completely unhinged, but not in a good way. How she could have just simply left. Like, if she really was having a problem, like, why did she stay around? Like, it just makes you wonder. Like, she didn't really think that completely through.
Embarrassing, deeply humiliating, and personal things that I've survived are used against me every day, over and over again. It's torture. I'm in so much pain, emotionally.
Y'all see these faces she's making? It's comical, completely comical. Kay said, I saw Aquaman 2. She was pretty much cut out of it. Oh, okay. I saw Aquaman 1. She was in that one. She was pretty much cut out of it. Hay said it wasn't called Aquaman 2. It was Aquaman in the Lost Kingdom. Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw... Yeah, very fake indeed, yes. And I saw Aquaman, the first one, and I saw Amber Heard before this trial happened. I saw it around, like, before 2020, obviously. And I thought it was pretty cool, but that's when I saw her in the trial. I recognized her. I'm like, isn't she an Aquaman? And I was like, okay. So yeah, definitely fake.
I just wanted him to leave me alone. I wanted to move on with my life, and he won't let me. By making statements like this, he won't let me. I have to be here today. I have to be reliving it every single time. He, with these statements, with these leaks, these comments, once again makes me have to speak to the most horrifying things I have lived through.
It's torture. It's torturous. Why don't you have to do that? I want to move on with my life. I have a baby. I want to move on. I want Johnny to move on too. I want him to leave me alone.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's probably a good time to go ahead and take our afternoon recess based on that.
No, do not be an actress or actor in a jury trial. That is noted on the record. So, yeah, she bows her head in shame. She knows the truth hurts. It's something that she completely all lied about. She is a rat that ratted herself out. Definitely. So yeah, I totally agree with that. And it just produces a unhealthy situation with this clown right here. And I think with Amber, she was convinced of her own lies, but for some reason, although she's an actress, you would think they would do better, but it just was inauthentic what she was doing. Because I think Johnny's he's not perfect, but such a good-hearted person. It's just very difficult to fake the emotion because the true emotions come out that he was actually pretty cool. Therefore, she is doing it for her own selfish interest because she was not good at faking this at all, because she clearly was not convincing to the people. A lot of people were convinced and are still convinced that she was being genuine, but most people are not convinced about it. And I'm just like reanalyzing it, and yeah, I could completely see where like none of us in my group thought she was being serious. Yeah, absolutely true, Kay. Absolutely true. And now we did that. Now soon we will be wrapping it up soon. Well, I want to see something over here real quick with this right here. Let's see. I want to see when Krispy Kreme was. We were talking about Krispy Kreme earlier. I want to see when that was created. Krispy Kreme was founded on July 13, 1937. Vernon Rudolph, the founder, started by selling donuts to a local grocery store in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. The success of Krispy Kreme eventually led him to start selling direct to customers through a hole cut in a wall of a bakery. He purchased secret recipe for yeast-raised donuts from a New Orleans French chef in 1933. That's why the city likes that so much. All right, so it's connected to the city. All right, that's pretty cool. Amber Heard is in the state. I mean, she's in not the state. She's in Spain. Change your name. Completely abandon everything here because there's nothing really left for her here. Let's see. Here. That'll be an interesting thing to watch. She has two kids? Okay. Oh. That's the famous turd scene. Kay said, "That's Krispy Kreme. I'm crispy. Maybe cream, maybe not. Don't make me spank you." Scared. Looks like that may be coming my way. I am quite the mischievous alien. Scared. Alright.
Doing just trying to move on, and remember in vain trying to put on a break.
Dogs you brought.
Johnny's dog, at the time, Boo. My dog, Pistol. We shared them. They're teacup Yorkies, and I believe Raquel, my best friend's dog, which is a mutt.
Okay. What, if any, issues did Boo have with bathroom problems, if you will?
Objection, leading, and relevance.
Overruled all that.
She had eaten Johnny's weed when she was a puppy and had bowel control issues for her entire life, among some other issues. She was, we regularly had to take her to the vet to try to figure out, well, what was wrong with this dog. Never met a dog that was quite like this. So she had some control issues, hence why she liked to burrow in the bed. She liked to be in the, by the foot of the bed underneath the covers. And it was customary that they slept in bed with us, but Boo, having the issues she had, we have to leave her in bed so that she wouldn't be encouraged to go to the bathroom, which would happen almost immediately once you put her down on the floor. And sometimes it happened in bed too. But yeah.
So what, if anything, did you notice about any bathroom issues in your bed before you left for Coachella?
Well, Raquel and I were both in that bed with the dogs, and I didn't notice anything, but we left them in the bed while we packed a bag to go to Coachella, so that Boo particularly didn't lose control of her didn't go to the bathroom on the floor. So we leave them in bed until you're ready to take them outside to the patio, which is their designated bathroom break area.
Okay. And what, if any, plans were there? How often did you have housekeeping at that time at your house?
The housekeepers were there every morning. Okay. Or they came every day, as far as I know.
Okay. Now, we'll get you to Coachella, but why did you tell Starling Jenkins that you had been involved in a prank gone wrong?
Objection, hearsay, leading.
I said why, Your Honor. I didn't say what she said.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Did you commit any kind of prank?
Absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not.
And why would that not be something you would do?
First of all, I don't think that's funny. I don't know what grown woman does. I was not also in a pranking mood. My life was falling apart. I was at a crossroads in my life that was really serious, and I had just been attacked on my 30th birthday by my violent husband, with whom I was desperately in love and knew I needed to leave. It was not really a jovial time, and I don't think that's funny, period. That's disgusting.
And what, if any, understanding did you have of Mr. Depp coming back to your bedroom that night or the next morning?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking what her understanding was.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Had you had any conversations with Mr. Depp about him coming back to the house the next day?
No, Johnny didn't come back to that house. That was my, he owned it, but that was my house when we were having any sort of problem. In fact, that was my house just 90% of the time, because he just...
It was her house, but he owned it.
Didn't come back. That was not a place that Johnny was going to be in, that Johnny was in, and he had stormed out on my birthday, and as per what we did, he would go and stay at his West Hollywood home, and I would stay at the downtown places. He wasn't going to come back to the
Objection calls for speculation.
I think she explained her answer on that
Okay,
one, what she
I'll sustain
thought.
just the last part. Okay,
Okay,
next question.
thank you. All right, so let's take you to Coachella. Who drove?
I drove.
Okay, and who was in your vehicle?
My sister, my friend Savannah, I believe, my best friend Raquel, just my girlfriends. I typically surround myself with my girlfriends. It's my sport.
Was there any occasion in which you were riding in the vehicle that Starling Jenkins was driving?
He picked us up from Coachella in the evening when we, as a group, all were ready to leave. That was the day that we went, which was the day that I took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time. So realized very shortly after what a horrible idea that was, considering the state that my life was in. I highly don't recommend that combination at the time. So I didn't feel like being in a crowd. I didn't feel like being at Coachella. I had intended to try to have a good time despite what was going on in my personal life. And I realized that was just not going to happen. And so I wanted to go home. Meaning to be in a bed. I wanted to be, I just wanted to be held by my best friend and watch a movie. And that's what we did. I didn't feel well and wanted to leave.
Okay. And when you said you rode back with Starling Jenkins, was it just you or did you have other people in the vehicle with you?
And when we left Coachella, it was my entire group. I wasn't ever alone with Starling. I certainly wasn't anywhere near him. I didn't have a conversation with him. I sat in the very back seat with my best friend next to me, and it was a whole group of us.
Thank you. Your Honor, I don't know, this might be a good breaking point.
All right, that's fine. Okay, ladies, let's go ahead and take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody.
Supposed to drive down, have dinner, stay in the room, maybe do some writing or something like that in the room.
At Coachella?
At Coachella, where we were. Coachella happens in a different part of California than we lived in. We lived in Los Angeles, and this happens about 2 to 3 hours away. So I finally got in my car back, and I drove with my best friends in the car.
And I'm going to stop you again because I just have a couple more questions before we go into that part. You said you brought the dogs. Who were the dogs you brought?
Johnny's dog, at the time, Boo. My dog, Pistol. We shared them. They're teacup Yorkies. And I believe Raquel, my best friend's dog, which is a mutt.
Okay. What, if any, issues did Boo have with bathroom problems, if you will?
Objection, leading and relevance.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
She had eaten Johnny's weed when she was a puppy and had bowel control issues for her entire life, among some other issues. She was, we regularly had to take her to the vet to try to figure out, well, what was wrong with this dog. Never met a dog that was quite like this. So she had some control issues, hence why she liked to burrow in the bed. She liked to be in the, by the foot of the bed underneath the covers. And it was customary that they slept in bed with us, but Boo, having the issues she had, we have to leave her in bed so that she wouldn't be encouraged to go to the bathroom, which would happen almost immediately once you put her down on the floor. And sometimes it happened in bed too. But yeah.
So what, if anything, did you notice about any bathroom issues in your bed before you left for Coachella?
Well, Raquel and I were both in that bed with the dogs, and I didn't notice anything, but we left them in the bed while we packed a bag to go to Coachella, so that Boo particularly didn't lose control of her didn't go to the bathroom on the floor. So we leave them in bed until you're ready to take them outside to the patio, which is their designated bathroom break area.
Okay. And what, if any, plans were there? How often did you have housekeeping at that time at your house?
The housekeepers were there every morning. Okay. Or they came every day, as far as I know.
Okay. Now, we'll get you to Coachella, but why did you tell Starling Jenkins that you had been involved in a prank gone wrong?
Objection, hearsay, leading.
I said why, Your Honor. I didn't say what she said.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Did you commit any kind of prank?
Absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not.
And why would that not be something you would do?
First of all, I don't think that's funny. I don't know what a grown woman does. I was not also in a pranking mood. My life was falling apart. I was at a crossroads in my life that was really serious, and I had just been attacked on my 30th birthday by my violent husband with whom I was desperately in love and knew I needed to leave. It was not really a jovial time, and I don't think that's funny, period. That's disgusting.
And what, if any, understanding did you have of Mr. Depp coming back to your bedroom that night or the next morning?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking what her understanding was.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Had you had any conversations with Mr. Depp about him coming back to the house the next day?
No, Johnny didn't come back to that house. That was my, he owned it, but that was my house when we were having any sort of problem. In fact, that was my house just 90% of the time because he just didn't come back. That was not a place that Johnny was going to be in, that Johnny was in, and he had stormed out on my birthday, and as per what we did, he would go and stay at his West Hollywood home, and I would stay at the downtown places. He wasn't going to come back to the
Objection calls for speculation.
I think she explained her answer on that one. What she
I'll sustain
thought.
just the last part. Okay, next question.
Thank you. All right. So let's take you to Coachella. Who drove?
I drove.
Okay. And who was in your vehicle?
My sister, my friend Savannah, I believe, my best friend Raquel, just my girlfriends. I typically surround myself with my girlfriends. It's my sport.
Was there any occasion in which you were riding in the vehicle that Starling Jenkins was driving?
He picked us up from Coachella in the evening when we, as a group, all were ready to leave. That was the day that we went, which was the day that I took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time. Realized very shortly after what a horrible idea that was, considering the state that my life was in. I highly don't recommend that.
She was on mushrooms and drugs. Yeah, it doesn't sound like the greatest combination. It looks like she had a turd trip.
At the time, so I didn't feel like being in a crowd. I didn't feel like being at Coachella. I had intended to try to have a good time despite what was going on in my personal life, and I realized that was just not going to happen. And so I wanted to go home. Meaning to be in a bed. I wanted to be, I just wanted to be held by my best friend and watch a movie, and that's what we did. I didn't feel well and wanted to leave.
Okay. And when you said you rode back with Starling Jenkins, was it just you, or did you have other people in the vehicle with you?
And when we left Coachella, it was my entire group. I wasn't ever alone with Starling. I certainly wasn't anywhere near him. I didn't have a conversation with him. I sat in the very back seat with my best friend next to me, and it was a whole group of us.
Thank you. Your Honor, I don't know. This might be a good breaking point.
All right, that's fine. Okay, ladies, let's go ahead and take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody, and don't do any outside research. We'll take 15 minutes, okay?
Yeah, so that is the scene from one part of her testimony when she was talking about how it was a dog doing a turd, but we do not all believe that. And that was just so funny, and she even opens the door by saying like she was doing those drugs and that could have caused her, to have a problem. Yeah, definitely is. That was hilarious. It certainly was hilarious, for sure. And her hairdo, it looks like her hairdo looks like a turd, like a bleached turd. And with the bleached turd, her bleached turd head, definitely. Yeah. But I can't. It was hard to understand where there were so many people that were like supporting her, but as the trial persisted, more and more people went on Johnny's side. Yeah, Miranda, because I want to tell you also something else about Love Miranda is that when somebody is on the stand, like for Brooks, for instance, he was defending himself, and he mentioned something about the vehicle in the background in one of his rap videos, and that opened a door. It's called opening a door. When you open a door, then a whole another can of worms is opened. So they talked about the rap video, and the state exposed him even more. And he said, "What kind of judge are you?" But his defense, before he fired his defense, talked to him. They already settled before the trial started that they would redact that information if it's not mentioned. So the other can of worms would have never been opened if he didn't open the door. What she did is she opened the door by talking about the drugs, and it makes her discreditable. Especially you hear how hysterical she's acting. It makes her, not saying he's perfect, I'm sure he had himself a few episodes, but the abuse to the extent, or at all, which I don't think she was abused, but his odd behavior, at least to the extent that she's saying, is certainly not true. And, because she could have always left, and she took in the midst of chaos, she took the opportunity to try to make money off of it, but the problem is, Johnny Depp is not known to be violent or be bad like that at all. So it's like the wrong person to try to frame, and he was well liked, and it went gradually downhill. Like over time in the trial, in the independent chat, gradually people supported Johnny more and more, and I helped I was one of the people that helped people see her nonsense. Because I was watching it with an open eyes, like I was like, if she was really guilty, I would say he's guilty, or if she was innocent, she's innocent. I looked at it with an open mind, right? And I just was like determining without a bias that she was just like completely unrealistic. So, and she gets scared. All right, now. Tomorrow, what we're going to do is and throughout the weeks and this week, we're going to show more scenes from this case that are quite interesting, that have to do with the turd stuff, and other things too. So, and I'll be giving you an update about the news and things with the trials and stuff like that. Now, at this time, will be ending the stream, and I want to thank all of you for coming and being here. It was very funny chat, as always. Did a very good show. I hope everybody has a good evening, and I'll say that it's nice to rewatch these memories and see Amber really mess up her own case up, and also I enjoy y'all's commentary on it. Also, the other things we talk about. All right, peace.